No, bro. Thank you. Yeah, we're back. We're back, but it's all freaking broken still. I don't know what the heck, dude. My internet went out yesterday. Internet went out yesterday, and then I get it back today, and everything's all messed up. So I apologize for like the multiple rounds of notifications on Discord and other things. I think we're in the right stream now. We're all here. YouTube. Hello. Is YouTube up? Yep, YouTube's up. Okay. All right, we're gonna fix this. Don't worry. We will fix this. Just keep them guessing. Exactly. You know what I mean? Never let them know your next move. For sure. Holy cow, dude. My bad. I was here though. Oh my goodness. None of my nothing is normal. Okay. Newport Beach, California. Good to have you. Yes, Tammy is speaking. We're gonna listen. We're gonna listen. They're having a State Department press briefing. Just trying to get it. Or maybe I was rushing too fast because we're trying to get to this. We also need to talk later in the stream about starting earlier. We need to start earlier in the day, like an hour or two earlier, if possible, if we can. Let me fix all this quick, you guys, before we get started. Everybody check in. How we doing? How we doing? Happy Friday. It's Friday at least. That's the good news. The good news is it's Friday. Let me delete this here quick. I gotta delete the other stream because it's confusing. One moment. Put in the comments where you guys are watching from, where you tuned in from, how your week is going. We got the 4th of July coming up. That's good. So we got a holiday weekend. There's going to be protests. There will be protests. I don't know if I'll be covering them because I'm going to my aunt's house. We'll try to. Hello, markets are not happy. Hello from Illinois. Hello, hello. Help like this video, you guys, and share it out. I know you might have liked the other stream because you were waiting, but this is the correct stream now. Okay, everything else is locked in. Everything else is good. All right. Ohio here. No barbecue in Tyranny. No barbecue. Gulf of Mexico. Good to have you. Listening in from the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Turning around and around we go. Whee! Midsummer Night in Sweden. Good to have you, Sweden. Hello. Thank you for being patient. So, guys, also, we'll talk about it a little later, but we might need to start stream like an hour or two earlier than like 3 p.m. Eastern. Things happen earlier, and I'm up anyways. I'm up and wide awake, so we might as well do it. Okay, so we got the Tel Aviv skyline. Let's give us some sound. Tel Aviv skyline's still around. Okay, that hasn't changed. Still have that. And then we also, let me fix that here, have a State Department briefing to listen to from Tammy Bruce. And she's live right now, so it's not like we've missed anything, really. Let's check it out. Hello, hello, Duncan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hello, how you doing?
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We're waiting for President Trump, as you likely know, that he was leaving the White House and taking the helicopter flight. We wanted to make sure we did not conflict with, well, I think the most important man in the world.
Oh, boy.
Yes, so we're good, and we know that you also like to report on those things as well. And again, thank you for being here today. We do have a few
already starting out hot
here, and then we'll begin with your questions. Thank you for being here.
We're only like a few minutes behind, anyways.
All right, the U.S. Department of State has no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans. As we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens during this important time, I want to reiterate a few important instructions for everyone watching at home and around the world.
Oh, boy.
We urge all American travelers to sign up for the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, known as STEP, to receive the latest updates from the State Department. We also urge U.S. citizens to regularly monitor the department's website at travel.state.gov to receive the latest updates and to find emergency contact information. Americans overseas in need of assistance should contact their nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, or call, if you're overseas, +1 202 501 4444. That is +1 202 501 4444. Another important update: the State Department has added a crisis intake form, which can be found by clicking the banner on the top of travel.state.gov, which, once again, the magic of technology, there it is.
The
new
magic.
aspect is that red banner at the top. Click on Israel and Iran departure info for U.S. citizens and follow the instructions for more information. U.S. citizens in Israel and the West Bank who would like to receive information on departure assistance should fill out the form that this website will take you to. This crisis intake form will also allow U.S. citizens in Iran to register their information. We do not anticipate offering direct U.S. government-assisted departure from Iran. Americans seeking departure should take advantage of existing means to leave. The Department of State has provided information and support to over 25,000 people seeking guidance regarding the situation in Israel, the West Bank, and Iran. And on Iran, I want to reiterate the statement from President Trump, delivered by my colleague Caroline yesterday. Quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place in the near future, I will make my decision of whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks taco don. Taco
And now,
dons.
with so much happening, there has been
World War
news
II
this
weeks.
week you may not have seen. After 3 days of talks, technical teams from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic
2 weeks,
of
guys.
Rwanda initialed the text of a peace agreement on Wednesday. Next Friday, June 27th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will witness the ministerial signing of that peace agreement right here at the Department of State, led by the foreign ministers of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is a milestone achievement and a significant step toward peace in that region, and we remind our friends and partners that with implementation of the agreement, the economic investment and development we all want to see will finally be possible. We look forward to more on this next Friday. Also, I would like to join the many Americans in New Jersey welcoming home Edan Alexander. Held hostage by Hamas, his release is a reminder of our commitment to Americans wherever they may be in the world. The scenes of people lining the streets were truly heartwarming, and America is stronger with one of our sons finally home. And lastly, we are having this
were the
briefing
streets
on
are filled
Friday
with what?
because we were
When?
not here yesterday because it was the holiday Juneteenth. On June 19th, for everyone wondering and not perhaps having all the details, on June 19th, 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce General Order Number 3, declaring that all enslaved people in Texas were free. More than 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had officially ended slavery in Confederate States, I should
Confederated
say. This day,
States?
now known as
What is
Juneteenth,
that?
has become a profound commemoration of freedom
Where do they do
and
that at?
resilience. So I hope you enjoyed yesterday, and we are here today, and I'm ready for your question, shall we? Yes, Daphne.
Thank you so much. So on the 25,000 that you said the State Department has provided information to, is that U.S. citizens who are seeking information on leaving Israel, the West Bank, and Iran?
It's information in general. So it would be a combination.
General
I'm sure,
information.
but it's a general information, conditions, perhaps departures as well, but general information.
Okay, and do you have any numbers on the number of U.S. citizens that are seeking information on
How do you delete
departing
posts on
Israel
Blue
or
Sky? Can you
Iran?
not do that?
Those are not numbers that I will share at this time. Just as a reminder as well, while today is a bit different than the feeling
I got to
of
reshare the
Tuesday,
link out.
we are still in a dynamic where there are still hostilities, where there are still people in bunkers, where there is still a danger. Clearly, we've heard the statement from President Trump about his posture at this point. So we're still going to be careful for national security reasons, obviously, when it comes to what we can answer. So that's a number that I won't be able to give you today.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. And we will not, we'll do one more, but then we will continue on here. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just on Ambassador Huckabee's tweet, he said that the U.S. is working to get military, commercial, charter flights, and cruise ships for evacuation. Have any of those organized by the State Department evacuated American citizens yet? And if not, when is that expected?
Again, I won't give details from this podium, but we know that at each embassy, they are posting actions that they're taking. We know that the Israeli embassy is doing that, so you could go to either travel.state.gov and get to the Israeli embassy, or go there directly, and you will see their statements, and I would urge you to do that directly when it comes to what the Israeli embassy is doing and what they've accomplished. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis chartered flights apparently for Americans in Israel seeking to leave and successfully got, I believe it's 1,500 out. I was wondering if
I'm resharing out the
flights
stream.
were coordinated with the State Department in any way, or was this done on some tangent?
Well, I think that we know that there, of course, are some independent efforts to get American citizens out of those areas, and when we suggest that people take advantage of existing means, we would include, of course, the nature of other opportunities to leave, independent efforts, independent groups managing those dynamics. As far as the DeSantis effort, I would suggest you call the state of Florida, call his office, and I'm sure that they'll get you more information. All right, Nadia.
Great.
Thank you, Tammy. Since the president said there is substantial opportunity for negotiation and has given it 2 weeks, why not send in a U.S. representative to join the Europeans with the Iranians in Geneva today?
Because
And
Trump
second,
wants to do
Mr.
it.
Grossi is worried that if Bushahar reacted...
Let me answer your first one first, if I may, and then we'll
Sure.
follow up with your second. First of all, Geneva is a discussion involving the Europeans. Of course, we're working on many different fronts and have from the beginning here in leading the nature of finding a solution to this problem. And we certainly continue to. The President's made it very clear, as he has, again, not just about this issue, but every other war and conflict that he's trying to stop. And also with his statement that he would allow to make a decision within the 2 weeks because of the potential. So those efforts continue on. How we're pursuing those efforts are up to the president, and he's making those decisions and anticipates that it might be worth waiting those 2 weeks. But other than, I can't characterize the why or the how. But I think it's important. One thing I think of the many that Americans have learned about President Trump is to believe what he says, to know that he'll deliver, and to not second guess the nature of the choices he's making.
Oh yeah, don't
Great.
question
Second,
him.
Mr. Grossi is worried...
He's got it. Don't
about,
question him.
Reaction coming from Bushahar if it was attacked. So are you
What the
worried that
heck?
as a result of these attacks on any of the reactors that actually we might have a nuclear radiation?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to speculate on the impact of the nature of what is transpiring in any country in this regard. I know that Israel has issued statements afterwards in dealing with any concerns regarding the actions that they're taking, and I would refer you to the Israeli government in that regard. But I'm not going to speculate on a hypothetical dynamic at this point. All right, yes?
With regard to the talks taking place today, or concluded today in Geneva, does the Trump administration believe that they were productive in paving the way for diplomacy?
Well, I don't want to characterize what the Secretary of State may think of what has happened. I know that the government as a whole, that we're hopeful for every new opportunity, every new effort to have this come to a conclusion that is diplomatic. That is something clearly we've seen in the president's posture. So while I won't be able to characterize it about what their opinions are at this point, I think at some point we may find that out. But I do know that we do hope that every effort is successful.
Two more quick questions. Is the Secretary planning to get on the phone with any of those foreign counterparts that were in the meeting later today?
Well, I know that, of course, he's headed to The Hague next week. And so I know conversations, no doubt, will happen there about a whole number of issues. All right.
And then,
yes, sir. We'll
Iran-
move on here. We'll move on here. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
To the Secretary Secretary.
We'll move on.
When he was in Brussels in early April, he told us that it would take a few days or weeks, not months, certainly, for him to assess whether or not Putin was serious about ending the war. Today, we have all seen Putin's statements. So he himself made it clear that he has no intention to end the war and the killing. He even discussed, more territories to seize. I'm wondering, have you guys landed anywhere in terms of your conclusion
No.
about Putin's intention?
Well,
Trust
we know
the
that
process.
at that point.
Trust
I
Trump.
don't think he said days at that point, but he said a matter of weeks. And in that process, we saw our posture adjust in that framework. At the same time, as I've mentioned before, during negotiations, things sometimes progress, things change. That's the whole point of negotiations and conversations, is that you signal that how long it is generally that you're willing to wait, but that you would know if someone is serious. And then again, it's not a static environment as
Right.
you're moving forward through that time.
Right.
At the same time, we've heard since then some very blunt comments by President Trump about President Putin. We also know that the parties themselves have met directly. And I think that that's also where we've landed at this
What
point.
up, Mike?
Some comments
Everybody
from
check
both, the President and Secretary of State, that the only way this is going to end is for the two parties to meet and come to a conclusion and a decision and some kind of an agreement. That is where it is. And of course, we are always present. We remain concerned and issued comments a couple of days ago about the nature of what's happening in Ukraine and the death of an American.
Right.
So we are there. We have been, of course, Ukraine's biggest supporter, and we continue to hope for and work observe the nature of how the conversations are going at this point between the two parties. And that, like every other negotiation, can change one way or another. But that's our posture at this point. Of course, America is still involved, and we're clearly making our presence, our caring about the situation known, and that's where we're at this point.
Point taken, Tammy. But in light of today's comments, as I mentioned, Putin's comments, and also his
Tammy's back.
Now we have a strategic advantage. Quote: Why should we lose it? We're gonna move forward. So in
Yes.
light of those comments, why not calling them out for not being serious about the peace process?
Well, again, we're not in just a world where when we see something online that we are going to choose how we're going to respond as an individual. There are many different fronts. Always,
Thank you, Tony.
in
Appreciate the
every
5.
situation that we remain involved in. So it's
Also,
it's not
Lincoln,
as
thank you.
simple as a single response to a single quote that came from a statement or something online. This is about dealing with certain situations in a complex manner. Only the president can make the decision about how to proceed. Only he knows all the elements about what's important and how we're going to make a difference. And that's where we have it. It is, as I term it, as I did a couple days ago, there is one guiding hand to the choices that we make, and that would include with Russia, Ukraine, and every conflict he's trying to stop. All right. Yes. No, we are gonna move on here. Thank you, sir.
Sorry to go back to Iran.
Your question time is done.
One, just for clarification, have any Americans been killed or injured in Iranian strike so far?
You know, I don't think so.
I don't think
Do
so.
we have numbers, or is that something that
Oh my god.
Let's take that back and see where things stand at this point. I do know that the reports that I've seen are
I
that
don't know.
there have been no American
What do you guys
injuries,
think?
or
Bro.
injuries of staff at embassies and consulates. But let's take that back. And again, I would caution.
Let's take
obviously, this is
that back.
a shocking continuation of a war
Wow.
that affects many countries, and we'll get back to you with the latest that
I
we have.
suppose the flip side, thank you, we would appreciate an update. The flip
Of course.
side would be if
And again, just a reminder for people watching,
Something.
when we say we're going to take it back, it means we get the answer and get it directly to the reporter and then have it, and obviously in this case, as a fluid situation, we'll continue to watch it.
Thank you. And insofar as you're looking into it,
Thanks,
if there
Tammy.
are American citizens in Iran, which we haven't gotten an estimate of how many Americans might be in Iran.
Sure.
If there are injuries or deaths there, we would also be interested.
Well, yes, again, the messaging is for also Americans who are in Iran, and again, urging them to go to travel.state.gov, and we're certainly aware of them. Our task force
Thank you, Deanna,
is
for the
working on
200
all of
stars.
this for every American who is in that region.
Stars
which
party.
provides a different dynamic for some, whether it is, of course, Israel, Iraq, or Iran, et cetera. Wherever they may be in the Middle East, we're there for them.
Thank you.
America's so ill-informed. We're watching the State Department. What are you talking
diplomacy.
about?
So we understand the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff
I haven't
is
even talked.
in some sort of contact with the Iranians. How would you encourage us to think about that contact? Is that a prelude to negotiations? What's the nature of that of his engagement with the Iranians?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it at all, except there are things that we know, which is that there had been negotiations, that we had gotten Iran to the table. We'd been having those conversations, led by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. And we know that the president, from his statement, which is, I think, worth noting again, because it's very specific in its nature, and also, I must say, when I saw it, very Trump-like in his statement. As a man who is serious about everything he addresses, but in this particular kind of way, when it's existential, life and death.
Very Trump-like.
That he genuinely, it's not posturing. He wants to have it be solved diplomatically. He knows it can be. He knows, based on what he's accomplished already in the past, and the nature of human beings, which in business you learn a lot about as well, but certainly in his governmental experience and as a leader. Again, he said, directly from the president, quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
On that front, do you have an understanding of why there's now a 2-week window for diplomacy? Because at the same time, the White House said yesterday they understand it might be a couple of weeks before the Iranians achieve a nuclear weapon.
No, but he has his reasons, and he's the one who knows, and that is
Trump-
the specificity
Trump
of
knows.
his statement. And I'll leave it at that. All right? Yes, sir, at the end here.
So on Ukraine, you said that.
Can you tell me
Exactly,
your name
Lincoln.
and your outlet?
Oskar Gorzyński, Polish press agency.
Go ahead.
You said that you're not going to react to a single quote from Russian officials, but over the past few weeks, Russia has made it pretty clear that they're not interested in real negotiations. They killed a U.S. citizen. They struck the Boeing office in Kiev, and the president has repeatedly threatened sanctions on Russia if that happens. So why no action yet? I mean, how does that show peace through strength?
Well,
There you go.
this is one of the reasons why we don't have negotiations in the press, debates between people reading things on the news, quotes in newspapers or made in a moment or on a website, that there are much more complex things that are happening. Other conversations, the culmination of multiple
Claudia, thank you for the
other
super sticker.
negotiations with Iran is an example in one case, summits and negotiations with Russia and Ukraine, the parties themselves meeting. We've always said that we will not take, essentially for Russia, we're not going to listen to what they say, we're going to watch what they do. That remains true. But what you would do in this moment is not at issue. What matters are the people who've been involved for months now, dealing with the parties directly, the leaders of countries in the world, but the most powerful leader in the world right now, Donald Trump, who would likely know a little bit more about the nature of the situation than you or I.
Really?
And I think you might have to agree that he may know more. So I think it's important to not second guess the president.
You think so?
And
Don't
to not
second
speculate,
guess.
and to not presume that what he's doing
Don't question him.
is not in the process of peace, but in fact specifically in that track. And I'm wondering for Matt Lee, who's been studious with his phone, if you do have something you'd like to ask or add.
I actually do.
I'm surprised.
But my question is
Matt
about
Lee of the Associated Press, for those of you who don't know him.
25,000.
The two people in the world. Yes, sir, go ahead.
the 25. Of the 25,000, you said that you couldn't break it down.
That's correct.
How many were Israel, how many were West Bank, and how many were
I haven't
Iran.
seen that, Joe.
That's right.
But is it correct that the only evacuation flight that has happened so far was the one for embassy staff and family members on Wednesday?
I will not characterize that or agree with you or not. I won't give you an answer to that. Sorry. It's one of those things we can't hear. In the days prior to this conflict, I might go back and forth with you, but I can't answer that.
Okay, well, because there was a comment from the embassy spokesperson about so are you aware of when these people call? I assume they're calling the number that.
Yes, they are. I've called that number. I don't know if many of you have. You called that number? You can call that number, and you'll get someone from.
You don't go on to permanent hold.
No, they're busier now. After the briefing Tuesday, they're
Permanent
busier.
hold.
But be persistent and do the form online. That's always a good idea.
So the 25,000 people who have reached out,
Yes.
reached out via that platform, either online or calling.
Correct.
And they, do you know how many of those 25,000 have then taken the information that they've been given or the guidance that they've been given, and then left?
There's data that I won't be sharing, and even in general, it's not data that I can share with you. The fact that we got the number from the team, I felt really excited about. Now you're making me feel like it's not so good. No, it is. It's a great number, but I will not break it down.
Okay.
I will not go into descriptions that highlight a situation or an environment within this region of conflict. I don't think it's wise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, yes, sir. Back.
Thank you very much. I have two questions.
Everybody check into the stream.
Regional
What up, Larry?
sources reported that Iran is using human shields to protect its military bases.
We're gonna have
and
protest coverage
forces.
today too, you
Same thing
guys.
Hamas did in Gaza. This tactic has reportedly been employed in several areas, including Kermanshah city in Iranian Kurdistan. Do you have any information on this, and would you please be willing to comment?
What I can say, it's going to be brief. You won't necessarily like it, but I can say that we are aware of those reports, that the Iranian regime is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces, and I have nothing further for you at this time, but we are aware. Yes, sir.
Next.
Well, you have one more?
Yes, one more.
All right, and then we'll come directly to you. Yes, sir.
Danny Danon, Israel's representative to the United Nations, claimed that Iran has attempted to assassinate President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said today at the United Nations. Do you want to comment on it?
No, I would suggest you contact the ambassador, but I have no comment on that. Yes, sir. All right, now, yes.
Thank you, Tammy. To question one on Iran and the other one on Iraq. I'm sure you may have heard from the Iranian foreign minister, which he said that we are not coming back to the table unless the Israeli stops strikes on Iran. And they are not going to negotiate with the U.S. until the U.S. will stop Israeli to attack Iranian. Are you willing to broker a ceasefire if that helps you to make a deal with Iranian?
Obviously, I can't speculate on that. I'm not going to characterize what's happening now or the reaction by the president or the secretary of state to what those negotiations might be. So you know that's a standard basis here, is we're not going to do that. But as you do know, of course, from the president's remarks, is that he still holds out the hope for negotiations. And there's also been a reinforcement that Iran and its proxy should not target U.S. interests or personnel, and if they do, the consequences will be dire. So we can reinforce that. And of course, the ultimate red line, which has been repeated constantly, because it's what the president sees as being the most important aspect, is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is not a negotiable dynamic.
And,
all right, yes, sir.
Another question on Iraq.
Yes, sir, go ahead, please. No, we'll keep going here.
I have a non-Middle East question.
Yes.
We're getting reports that Japan has canceled the annual security talks known as 2+2 with Secretary Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth because of U.S. demands for them to increase their defense spending. Do you have any comment on this? And has Tokyo communicated with
No, I have
Washington?
no comment on that at this point. Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you. Tell me two questions, one on China and about the Iran and Israel war. It was reported that the Chinese cargo plane was headed to Iran. Has there been any detection of Chinese actions or cooperation to support Iran?
Let's take that back, shall we? Get back to her with an answer on that. What is your next one, please?
One more question, please. Iran's nuclear weapons are threatening the entire world. If the United States intervenes in a war between Israel and Iran, do you think it will need support or cooperation from its allies?
Well, we've made very clear, I think there's, if anything is obvious to the world, it's that President Trump has demands regarding that situation. His concern is the fact that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We know, of course, since October 7th, Israel remains in the posture of defending itself and the existential threat that is posed in that region by Iran. Our efforts clearly reflect the President's commitment to diplomacy first, to diplomacy being the thing that he believes will and can succeed, but he's also a pragmatic man. And this is why it's probably the most transparent leader globally right now, is making it clear publicly about his positions and when he would be willing to be making decisions about that. But we are always working with our allies and our partners.
She answered any questions?
It's clear, and that will be also evident when the President and Secretary of State go to The Hague for the NATO meeting next week. All right, now go ahead in the back. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Tammy, on Bangladesh. Given UN Human Rights Commission Chief Volker Turk concern over the banning of political parties in Bangladesh, also, Human Rights Watch has accused the UNIS-led interim government for arbitrarily targeting Awami League supporters. Does the U.S. consider this violation of democratic principle and condemn these actions?
Obviously, when it comes to let's say, a White House reaction to what is occurring in another country, I would suggest you contact the White House. But for when it comes to Secretary of State and the State Department, let's take that back, and we'll get an answer for you in that regard. But what I can tell you about Bangladesh is that Deputy Secretary Landau met with Bangladesh National Security Advisor Rahman yesterday, I should say Wednesday, and discussed the interim government's efforts ahead of the national elections. They discussed the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship, including expanding trade and commercial ties. The United States is committed to working with Bangladesh to promote peace and stability in the region.
And I have a second short question on same. What is the State Department response to the alleged fabricated charges against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the rise of mob killing and violence, and the imprisonment of individuals like 100 journalists without trial under this interim government? Will you condemn this and ask them to free them?
We will take that back, and I'll get you an answer as soon as we can get one for you. Yes, sir, in the middle here.
Thank you so much.
She hates answering tough questions.
President
Actually, does not like it.
The Armenian Prime Minister
777's in the chat. It's a lucky day. Let's go.
In Istanbul today, and he mentioned that they talked regional issues, including the stability and peace in the Caucasian region, and the problems or the issues between Turkey and Armenia. How do you follow these meetings?
Well, I've not spoken to the Secretary specifically about that particular instance, but I'm sure we will be able to get to you his opinion and the nature of how he's reacting. I would also suggest the White House as well for you for more information in that regard, but if we can take that back. And with that, that is going to be it for me today. It is, again, Friday. My thanks to you for coming up on a day that is not our normal briefing day, and I appreciate it. Have a lovely day. And we will see you next week. Tuesday and Thursday is where is it? Is security here or is security not here? Let's get this going because this has gotten a little old and inappropriate. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there's Tammy again. Been tuning in for a few months now, so we're all kind of aware of her, but if you're new, that's the State Department spokesperson, Marco Rubio's press person, right? Marco Rubio is Secretary of State, and he's got a press person, and that's her, Tammy Bruce. answers all the questions for everybody. She's like that all the time. It's always like that, you guys. Got a UN Security Council meeting going on right now. Everybody check in. How we doing today? Pulling up other news while we go here. We got protests as well, anti-war protests, etc. Thank you, Robert. Paulson says, cheers, Slava Ukraine. But the comments you guys are all tuned in from. How's your Friday going? We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Yesterday was just a gaming day. I have another channel. I might just be there sometimes. We're almost at 10,000 subs over there. Okay, but not all the time. Right now we got big breaking news and whatnot's going on with protests and ICE and war in our streets. No questions were satisfactorily answered. True. Like number 420, tune in from Yakima, Washington. We got a live feed up of Tel Aviv right now. This is live. It's 10:50 p.m. in Tel Aviv. There have been rocket strikes in Tel Aviv every day at this point. And now we're waiting for whether or not Taco Don's will send us into another war in the Middle East. Before we get into that, here's Russia's losses with their war in Ukraine, as Putin is trying to frame himself as like a peace negotiator right now, which is wild. But you got 1 million losses on his end for Russia's failed invasion of Ukraine. 1,000 troop losses, 7 AFVs. You got 81 vehicles, fuel tanks, 3 tanks. Here, you guys might not be able to see that with the. There you go. There's the full numbers. 3 tanks, 46 artillery systems, 70 UAVs, 1 anti-aircraft warfare, and 2 special equipment. So we have Vladimir Putin of Russia saying he'll do it. He'll be the peace negotiator. That's insane on all levels. But also his failed invasion of Ukraine and his war has gone for over 3+ years. They've lost every single strategic objective they've had within Ukraine. It's not looking good right now on the front lines, but it's still a failed strategic objectives of taking all of Ukraine. Like, Russia will never be able to do that. They're going to try to take as much as they can in the east and more of Donetsk Oblast and maybe a little more of Zaporizhia, it seems. They're going to keep pushing until they literally can't. But they're not going to be able to take all of Ukraine. And that just will not happen. They're going to try to take more of the east. And that's what we're seeing. Also the northeast, too, in Sumy region. It's not looking good there right now either. Front lines aren't looking the best, but Putin's invasion overall has failed. Trump said it would be very hard to ask Israel to end its Iran strikes as he pursues diplomacy. Trump said it would be difficult for him to request Israel to stop its airstrikes in Iran, even as he pursues a diplomatic solution to end the conflict. Hey, don't stop bombing. We're going to do diplomacy. That's wild. I think it's very hard to make that request right now if somebody is winning. The president told reporters in New Jersey. It's a bit harder to do if somebody is losing, but we're ready, willing, and able. And we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. Trump repeated a bit later that it would be a hard ask given Israel's military successes so far. Who do you guys think? Who thinks that if Israel gets the U.S. to join its war, it'll be just an attempted distraction at his goals he wants to do in the U.S., which is funnel all of your money to billionaires, all of your benefits, the rest of our Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We won't be distracted because on my channel, I make sure you're not distracted and we cover everything. Well, you guys might get annoyed sometimes because we're like, why are you listening to this person? Or why are you covering that? That's boring. It's boring sometimes for a reason because we track everything. At least as much as possible. Not every single thing, but as much as possible. But I think this is like a overall distraction for Trump's domestic policy, which is not good. And the majority do not support his tariffs or the big beautiful bill that he's trying to get through. U.S. State Department can't speculate on whether Trump will push for Iran-Israel ceasefire talks. That's what we just heard. Not going to characterize what's happening. So we're in 2 weeks right now. Taco 2 weeks down. Taco Don's. And that's what he had to say. Let me check here. I don't think I saved any bookmarks on X over the past day or two. Oh yeah, this is like how it's gone. If you're like, what's Trump up to? Mid-morning snooze. Nice. Up there just taking a nap. This was Caroline Leavitt. Caroline Leavitt from yesterday. We just have a clip.
The U.S. worst take.
We don't need to watch the whole press briefing. She's like, bro, you think Tammy, like Tammy sucks really bad and she's like stumbles, but she is like purposely like, she wants to literally like, she's sending death rays at the press journalists for asking questions to Caroline Leavitt. Like she genuinely like hates doing this. Like she gets so mad. Look at her. Without even playing it, look at her facial reactions to everything. Oh, gotta be fake.
The U.S. worst takes some type of military action.
She hates this. I hate having to be Nazi Barbie.
Would the president go to Congress to seek war authority?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I gave you the statement from the president. He'll make a decision within 2 weeks.
2 weeks. World War 2 weeks. Whiskey 2 leaks. 2 weeks. Whiskey 2 weeks leaks until Pete Hegseth. Obama from yesterday.
Democracy is not self-executing. It requires people, judges, and people in the Justice Department, and people throughout the government who take an oath to uphold the Constitution. It requires them to take that oath seriously. And
why is Obama the reason we have Trump? Explain that one. Explain it. Why? Tell me.
When that isn't happening, we start drifting into something that is not consistent with American democracy. It is consistent with autocracies. It's consistent with Hungary under Orban. It's consistent with places that hold elections but do not otherwise observe.
Yeah, they play the game. They play a game like, yeah, we'll do a democracy, but it's authoritarianism. It's a dictatorship.
What we think of is a fair system in which everybody's voice matters and people have a seat at the table and there are checks and balances.
Because his presidency was so disappointing, nothing really improved. That isn't true. That isn't true at all. We had the best economy. We had to recover from Bush's war on terror still. Like every Republican president puts us in an absolute shit show economy. Obama had the best economy coming out of that domestically. That's not true. That's not. Tell the truth. Why did Obama give us Trump? And be honest. Don't give me bullshit. Because I know why. I know why you're gonna say why, but you're not gonna tell the truth. You're gonna say because you sucked and Obama hurt my feelings. Yeah, I know why they're gonna say Obama gave us Trump, but they're not gonna be brave enough to say exactly why. You got music? What's that? This is in the Tel Aviv feed. We got a Republican healthcare plan, a signature achievement. He let a Republican healthcare plan. Affordable Care Act is a Republican healthcare plan. He let the banks off the hook for tanking the economy. There are so many levels there that are just beyond. The one issue people have with Obama is his drone strikes in the Middle East. But everything else he had to do to recover us from the recession that Bush put us in, like, what are you even talking about? And I believe it was Bush that let off all the car companies, and didn't. And like Ford didn't take it, but other GM, Chevy, whatever, they had a bailout, and Republicans loved it. I remember it specifically because we had a Ford in their dad was happy they didn't take the Obama bailout or whatever, or the whatever the fuck. And also, there were also, not to mention, the Affordable Care Act, the scope of it was even greater, but Republicans have been fighting against it the entire way, including Trump, who also fought against it and then claimed that he did it after it was too many people are on it and it's a good thing for the country. And taking people off of that and getting rid of it would be bad for Trump because a lot of his own base are on it after originally hating it because Obama did it. Barely pushed for universal health care. He did. He actually did. He actually did. But Republicans tried to stop him the whole time because they said it was socialism and communism. I don't know what you're talking about. The real reason that Obama got us Trump is because of racism and because Obama was progressive and like they called him a communist. And so feelings-based Republicans and conservatives who operate on feelings and not facts decided, yep, we need to send America into fascism and authoritarianism to correct a black man because he became president, and also the policies were too progressive, even though like they could have been more, but Republicans stopped him from going further. And that's the actual truth because of feelings, a lot of feelings in the United States. This is a moment an Iranian ballistic missile hit a children's center in southern Israel. When the world asked why we're fighting Iran, this is your answer. When the world asked why we're fighting Iran, you guys hit them first. And how many hospitals in Gaza have been destroyed? I mean, destroying hospitals is bad. Israel is destroyed probably of the most. Russia is probably number 2 in all of the hospitals inside of Ukraine, right? I don't know who. It's either Israel or Russia for hospital bombings. And like, who wins that? What do you honestly, swear to God, is it Russia or Israel? I don't know. Probably Russia. Or Israel. I don't know. It's so many. So it's like, this is hypocrisy to me. That's hypocritical. Like, especially all the people that are going to say, well, it's because there's terrorists in the Gaza hospitals. Okay, and I'm sure the Iranians are like, there's terrorists in the Israeli hospitals, and they're going to bomb your hospitals back. Maybe don't label maybe don't label hospitals as terrorism, and then cry when you're getting your hospitals blown up, because the enemy of you is going to say the same shit you're saying. But the bases were built under the hospitals. You can say whatever you want. Sure. You want to talk about hospitals? You're going to bomb their hospitals? You're going to have your hospitals bombed. Like, I don't know what you mean. No, the only country that hasn't, that I've seen that hasn't returned what is given to them is Ukraine. Actually, in terms of like the level of destruction that Russia will carry out inside of Ukraine and like bomb their civilians, and then Ukraine being held to every single standard that is on Earth, which, yes, morally correct for sure. They do not return fire by hitting Russia's civilian populated areas and destroy their hospitals or like their children's centers, but Russia will do the same thing. And that's the same thing I've seen Israel do to Gaza. Okay, we got something new from Trump here, from Preston Stewart.
So you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Oh, boy. So your own intelligence community is wrong?
So you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence.
So crazy people who are against helping Ukraine are okay with whatever Trump says? Yes, because they listen. Okay, chat. People do not think for themselves. That'll be the best way to like get through that when you understand. People don't think for themselves. They let other people think for them, or they let AI do it now. So because of that, they latched onto a anti-Ukraine narrative because it was comfortable, or their favorite podcaster was saying it, or their friends, or whatever. And like, that was just how it is. That's how it goes. They found a narrative that was the best narrative that they liked, and that's what they stuck with. And they didn't challenge their brain, or they were like, oh, am I wrong? No, they don't care because it's a comfortable narrative. So that's how you can have somebody be hypocritical in terms of not support Ukraine, but then like support direct U.S. intervention into Israel and Iran. That's how that can happen. It doesn't seem like it could be possible, but it's possible because people find what's comfortable for them, and then they ride that narrative, and then that propagandist or whatever the person that's behind the media that they're watching can dick them around however they want, and have them believe and support whatever they want, even that. And that's how it's possible.
So you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Well, yes. Just absolutely implode. The whole administration just implode. Just start eating each other. Allow for Democrats to get in midterms, then investigate, and then we can really derail everything. Oh boy. I'm just gonna retweet that so you guys can watch it at your leisure. What do we got now here? President Donald Trump reveals that Iran was only weeks or months away from developing a nuclear weapon.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the...
Because you took the position that most of us are taking now. And that there's the weapons of mass destruction, the nuclear weapon. It's all bullshit, and it has been. It's a repetitive narrative every decade. Every decade, Israel will say, the nuclear bombs around us. There's nukes everywhere. Help us. And then we get stuck in a 20-year war for Israel again.
The Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Mr. President.
Andrew, don't let the Bolter story die. The Orange Swide never made a phone call of condolence. Yep, we haven't. Guys, I have a Facebook page with 30,000 more people on it than this YouTube channel. Shout out to Facebook. We ain't forgetting nothing. Okay, we're at 112K over there now. We got to get to 100K on the YouTube channel to catch up. We ain't forgetting nothing. Elon's rocket blew up. That thing got over like multiple millions of views. Like, we're all over it. I just can't do everything on the stream, every single thing. We haven't forgot about any of it.
Is in any way helping Iran at this moment? There are reports of serious planes landing in Iran from China.
Oh, they say that they're there to take people out.
Is there something new that came out like today specifically? Something new today specifically that I missed while we're let's go to Ace in here. Thank you to all the new followers on Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is dope. You're talking to me right now. You guys are actually... What? Okay, so here's more. I think going through the clips, I think, is better than the whole freaking thing sometimes. Sometimes we'll listen to the whole thing, like the State Department briefing or something that's like very important like that, but otherwise we can just watch him through clips, dude. It's just...
Yeah.
Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action.
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong.
A confession letter?
You're even in danger talking to
Tag
me right
me on
now.
Twitch.
Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
You're in danger? You guys are in danger talking to me right now. But it was fine yesterday when you were like shaking hands with construction workers for putting your poll in. It has been 16. Okay, Trump trade team chases 90 deals in 90 days. It has been 69 days since April 12th, and the only deal they have solidified is with the UK, which makes up about 3%. Oh boy, chat. What the fuck? Okay, people that are older than me, how have you been doing that? Has it been? Be honest. Like, is it always been this stupid, or is it like, is this a new stupid? Are we in new levels of stupid? Actually, I don't know. Are we in a new realm here? We're in a new realm. You guys have seen some levels of stupid. I'm 31. Does the stupid like evolve? Does it like evolve into new levels of stupid? Like, you probably saw some stupid, but like you keep getting surprised with more, and it doesn't stop. Is that what it is? New level unlocked. They should have given me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and have you looked at the Congo? You could say Serbia. You could say a lot of them. The big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it for 4 or 5 times. What?
Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, that you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename
With his stupid fucking hat.
it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those?
Is swearing okay? I'm gonna keep swearing, okay? I'll swear a little less because I know you guys watch at home, and if your family watch, I'll try to be better.
What do you think of that?
But like, it's hard not to.
Well, they should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, I mean, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one, too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support...
But apparently liberals got, when did liberals get this in the politics deal? I guess India and Pakistan are owned by the liberals now. News to, yeah, probably news to you, I guess. Okay. Not the first time Trump has publicly rejected the findings of the U.S. intelligence community. He famously did so in 2018 Helsinki while standing a few feet away from Putin. Oh, I remember that. Now, after reading about it. Yeah, there's no election interference. Look at him. You could probably see that again. July 2018, Helsinki, Putin. July 2018, Putin, Trump.
It was one of the most extraordinary moments between an American president and a Russian leader.
Remember, all my Ukraine supporters, remember all the cooked people that said Trump would be good for Ukraine because they had their head up their ass, and I'm never going to let you forget that either.
Framed by Friday's Justice Department indictment of 12 Russian agents for election meddling and the judgment of U.S. intelligence agencies, including Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats, that Russia interfered.
You guys got to remember, all of like the right wing, like you got to realize right wing people on the right, they will believe their narratives and then they're stuck with it, and then that's the lore. So then that carries on into the future. Okay, so all of this was truthful news. All of this was truth as it happened, but people denied it and called it, or Trump did. Trump denied it, called it fake news, and his base believed it. And obviously now all of this history from his first term will be classified from his base as like fake news and like this is bullshit and this didn't happen. It's already been disproven. It hasn't. It never has. All of this happened. All of this he did, and it came out, but he just had layers of copium and onion layered his shit so he could just call it fake news. But all of this reporting about him was truthful at the time. And I was lied to by it. That's all I know about it. Because I believed all that this was all fake news and the media was just attacking him and coming after him. And no, It's just they were telling the truth about him. Doesn't mean I support corporate media because they get paid by billionaires, and that's why I'm independent. But they were still telling the truth about Trump.
And Trump,
I feel like their strategy could have been better because they were trying to nitpick everything, which I guess you can do that. But then when they were nitpicking him, that took away from the serious reporting about Trump, and like then he could say, wow, I could just wake up and they just start talking about me or whatever, or like fake news all the time, it just never ends. So that was probably a reporting strategy L if they would have just focused on his actual like serious issues in his first term.
Asked, who do you believe, President Putin or the U.S. intelligence community? His answer?
People came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia.
He took Putin's word over the U.S. intelligence community. And people still said, hey, Trump will help Ukraine. Trump will do it. Trump will fix it. Trump will send weapons. Peace through strength. He loves that. Zelensky, do peace through strength. Trump loves that. You'll get him to support your country.
I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be.
And the president complimenting an offer from Putin. Instead of turning over the indicted Russian agents, Russian officials would question the agents themselves, with special counsel Bob Mueller present.
I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think.
Come work with the FSB. Yeah. All right, we'll have a U.S. intelligence go work with the FSB together, put their heads together.
I think that's an incredible offer.
Tonight, the president's own intelligence chief, Dan Coates, shot back with a rare rebuke. We have been clear in our assessment of Russian meddling in the 2016 election, and we will continue to provide unvarnished and objective intelligence in support of our national security. Critics like former Obama CIA Director John Brennan unleashing.
It's something that is a disgrace, and that all Americans should be ashamed of that performance of somebody who holds the title of President of the United States.
Yeah, but he called it fake news, and like a lot of us, because me at the time before, like it wasn't until for sure like 2019-ish when I was like, this guy sucks, time to be done. And then 2020 obviously was just 4K. It was like everything was bad, so I was completely off at that point. But it's crazy that all this was happening, and he was able to hide in the fake news. It's not true. Didn't happen.
Election meddling among the flashpoints that have helped sink U.S.-Russia relations. Others include Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea and its backing of a Syrian regime that used chemical weapons.
Yeah, what happened there? What happened to that?
But this morning, President Trump blaming tensions on the U.S. and the Mueller investigation. Tweeting, our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity. And now, the rigged witch hunt.
He took Russia's side in it. Like, he's as if Russia's a victim of it too. That's the position Trump took. Russia interfered in our election, facts. And they still do, probably. But we have an actual, like, full investigation into it for 2016. They did. Trump didn't get held accountable for any of it. They couldn't tie him directly to it, but I can't remember the number of people that the Mueller report actually found that were indicted. It was in like the dozens. They actually found people and indicted people that worked with the Russians for the 2016 campaign. And then Trump took the position of, well, I'm a victim and so is Putin, and Russia's a victim of these lies that were not lies but were truth.
Today,
look at Putin sitting there just smirking. Look at this orange buffoon, which he's less orange here. Have you noticed that? You notice how orange he is now in 2025? Here, we called him Orange Man back then, but boy, he looks pretty normal compared to these days. Holy shit.
He asked, does he think there's any responsibility?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think that the probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign, and they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily, and frankly, we beat her.
Putin revealing for the first time who he wanted to win.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because he talked about bringing the Russian relationship back to normal, Putin said.
Was there anything behind it, or was he just being honest at that moment?
I think he was being honest, and I think he wants to cooperate with Trump. I think Trump is somebody that he thinks will do a lot of good for Russia. Whether this relationship will do a lot of good for America is a different question.
Those 4 hours inside Helsinki's presidential palace, a sharp 180 from President Trump's tension.
This was cringe. I remember this specifically. He had to like step in front of everyone.
Showdown last week with many NATO allies.
I think we will end up having an extraordinary relationship. I hope so. I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard over the years, and as I campaigned, that getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
But Putin tonight dismissing suspicions that Russia has compromising information on the president.
Does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
I did hear this rumor, he said. It is hard to imagine nonsense on a...
Two liars lying. Two liars lying. Of course they do. So Trump laughed.
Bigger scale than this.
And I have to say, if they had it, it would have been out long ago.
That's not how that works. Shit just doesn't come out if no. If you're if you have damning information on someone, you hold it until the right time is right. You don't just release it because it's some damning information. What kind of lazy ass shit is that? Yeah, if you're like an ineffective propagandist, if you're ineffective, if you don't know what you're doing, you have to wait for the right moment to release the information and strike. Russia will hold that shit until if Trump was like, full send into Ukraine, weapons for everyone. Here comes the here it comes. Here's the docket. Here's the information. Trump, Krasnov, whatever. Or like not even full send. They'll just like leak a little bit because they can't give it all away. They'll put a little bit out there, a little bit out there, a little bit. You're gonna drop the information. That's like the most cringe thing I hear from like conservatives that cope. Is it would have all been out already. It would have came out already. No, it wouldn't have. You have no idea how information works. And an information like that is information that will be held until it's the right moment. All right, well, that's from 2018, in case you forgot. So we're revisiting that again, okay? Into 2025 now. You guys could take a moment, like the video, share the stream, all that. He's about to start a war and wants peace prize. What is this? Oh, we did a great job with India and Pakistan. Okay.
I think the deal I'm most proud of is the fact that we're dealing with India, we're dealing with Pakistan, and we were able to stop potentially a nuclear war through trade as opposed through bullets. You know, normally they do it through bullets. We do it through trade. So I'm very proud of that.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने Prime Minister Modi clearly told President Trump that during this entire episode, there was never any discussion at any level about an India-US trade deal or US mediation between India and Pakistan. The discussion to halt military action occurred directly between India and Pakistan through existing channels between both armies and was made at Pakistan's request. Prime Minister Modi firmly stated that India has neither accepted mediation nor does it do so and never will do.
Trump is just a liar. He's a lying liar that lies, guys.
There is complete political unanimity on this subject in India. President Trump understood the...
The best thing to know, if Trump's lips are moving, he's lying. All right? That's the best way you know.
Details explained by the Prime Minister and expressed support for India's fight against terrorism. Prime Minister Modi also said that India now sees terrorism not as a proxy war, but as a war.
India is like, we're at war with Pakistan.
I think the deal I'm most...
Actually, we're not doing your shit. We're not doing a deal. We got it. We didn't make any, we didn't, whatever he's saying is just not true. Trump today again, more information about what he wants to do with Iran.
But I'm giving him a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks.
Yeah, we don't like Trump here. If you don't like that, you have TDS. How about that? I made it so well known. We had 9,000 viewers in the chat last weekend, and I said point blank, Trump sucks. I don't give a fuck. Go to the other 18,000 Trump channels and be happy. I don't care.
But I'm giving him a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would
Here, watch. Go watch The Enforcer. Here you go. The Enforcer YouTube channel tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You'll love it there. That'll be your favorite chat. Go watch them.
be the maximum. But
that'll be the best thing. You'll think it's the best, and you're like, wow, I never discovered these guys before. This is the greatest thing. We can laugh at civilians getting blown up together, and we can meme on hospitals getting blown up, and we can make jokes, and it'll just be the greatest. And we can make fart jokes and everything. There you go. Go to your safe space. Get the fuck out of here. Would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%? Trump, they're sitting on top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I don't know what they need to do that for civilian work. It's one thing for certain countries to say, I want a certain amount where I can go nuclear a bit because we need it for electricity. And we needed for... Okay, let's just see what he says. Reading is weird.
Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you...
He's probably just quoting him directly, which Trump doesn't know how to speak.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
You know, they're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. You know, it's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
Would you
Okay, here's more. This came out within the last 20 minutes. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war. I think you would say Iran is doing less well.
Sir, would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you...
It's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war. And I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
Would you support a ceasefire?
Sir, would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you...
Is China helping Iran?
Mr. President, Chinese in any way helping Iran at this moment? Clearing reports of serious planes landing in Iran from China?
No, they say that they're there to take people out, but I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China, get along very well with President Xi. I like him, he likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
MAGA, you're supposed to hate China and they're our greatest enemy, but our president loves China and he gets along well. That's why, you ever notice that with them? They're like, yeah, Trump, they're our enemies, but Trump gets along with them. So they're their allies. They're allies. Not Russia, though. We love Russia. We don't like China because Chinese and Russians are white. I'll translate your racism for you, so I can just say the quiet part out loud. Reporter, 20 years ago, you were skeptical of our Republican administration that attacked the Middle East country of the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment any different? Let's see his answer.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. and that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq.
Okay, we saw the rest of that. We saw the rest of that in a different clip. Okay, let's go to, you got ASIN. You also have, who's the other guy? Rupar. See what other clips have come in today. Okay, here you go. Oh, no, this is the intelligence community. So, I don't know if Tulsi Gabbard's going to be fired today after this one, you guys. That's the audio from Tel Aviv motorcycle. There's an attack on U.S. assets. We promised a full investigation. So Rupar got a few other clips up. If there's an attack, we'll know almost immediately with modern equipment who made the attack.
He's a terrific person. We have a great understanding.
Mr. President, if there is an attack on U.S. assets, will you promise to conduct a full investigation and make it transparent with the American people before blaming Iran for such an attack?
Well, if there's an attack, we'll know almost immediately with modern equipment who made the attack, and those people will be very, very unhappy.
Prime Minister,
I want to get you people out of danger.
I want to get you. I'm gonna save you. This is so cringe, guys. You can how like is it? It's so obviously forced. Like all of the messaging and propaganda about trying to get us ready to go to war for Israel again. It's so obvious. This is it's ridiculous. I'm gonna. You guys are in danger. I gotta save you. So stupid. They think we're dumb. They think we're dumb, you guys. That's what it is. I think we're stupid. Rogue states Russia and Iran attempting to destroy MAGA movement with disinformation bot. What the f... Hey, there's Russian influence in the MAGA movement now, guys. Guys, hey, that shit's weird. The Russians, they're doing it now. They're doing it now. The MAGA movement has been a foreign op the entire time. It's never been. Like, you have people in America with feelings, for sure. A lot of Americans with feelings. We're emotional, definitely. So there's definitely some, like, maybe some original thought here and there, but not really. But the MAGA movement is absolutely a Russian operation. Successful one, too. Fucking boy. Successful movement. Definitely. And then you have Data Republican, who does propaganda themselves, does the same fucking thing. So one of the entities of said Russia and Iranian MAGA propaganda, whose Data Republican account on X, funny, calling out. So Nick Fuentes is guys, we gotta call out the actual base of our shit, which is like Nazis. We gotta call them out. We can't have them. So you guys, the fascists, but aren't full Nazi MAGA, are gonna become rhinos, because I think there's more populism support, unfortunately, for Nick Fuentes shit in this now, and people that come from Nick Fuentes' side, which is obviously Nazis, actual full-throated Nazis. And I think he might have more of he might wield more support and power within that than the losers, the other losers. It's like losers eating each other. Jackson Hinkle's in there. He's just a agent of chaos. He'll support everything that the U.S. is fighting against. So he might be funded by China. He's definitely sent, like, Russia had him doing stuff, but Russia's, I don't know. I don't know what their money is for propaganda. Could be China. But he's definitely an agent of the east of the world at Jackson Hinkle. But before all that, Jackson Hinkle had Trump on his stuff. Jackson Hinkle had an interview with Tucker Carlson about Trump. He was a super Trump fan before this, before he went into whatever he's doing now, which is, he's like a propagandist for the Iranian regime now. He like switches off. He like go between. But like they still can like it's weird though in this space because he can still like be a Trump supporter in this space still, and like be viewed good for like sharing Trump stuff. And so it's fucked. The MAGA movement is fucked. It's beyond repair. It's just, but then on top of that, so now you have a propagandist, data Republican, calling out Nick Fuentes and Jackson Hinkle for the obvious, but then you have Ronnie from Funker doing the same shit. I'm so happy to see people waking up to this stuff, man. It sucks that so many people regulated the bullshit because of the Russia. I unfollowed Ronnie. I'm done with Ronnie. That guy, I thought he was intelligent, and he's not. I'm done. I used to follow him for veteran postings, but they're not even worth it anymore. Honestly, one of the best veteran influencer analysts out here is Preston Stewart. This is the guy. Of all of them I found in the last 3 years, there's many. It's Preston Stewart. For analysis, information, takes, solid, like, foundation. It's Preston. Of all of them. There's many. There's so many. At least for Americans. I'm sure you guys have good ones internationally for sure. Like geopolitics have really good stuff. Europe and the UK. But I'm talking about like American like vets that are influencers and do OSINT or analysis about current events. But yeah, there's definitely really good international people for geopolitics and analysis, especially the war. There's some good ones. There's Germany. I think Preston's more liberal than conservative. I think he's definitely in the middle in terms of like politics, but like I think he's more center left because he's not afraid to call out wrong things. If he was right wing, he wouldn't ever call out Trump ever because that's what you have to do to be right wing now. Right? In the right wing, you have no independent thought. I don't know why you think there's independent thought there. There's not. If you call out Trump, you're a rhino, and then you're irrelevant, and then 4 years later, you have to become a Democrat. Because there's nothing for you there if you call out Trump. Because I think Preston cares about facts. So by that alone, you cannot be right wing. Like, at least in 2025. There's a lot of people that are right wing that seek facts, and that's good. You should always do that. But in terms of like what you believe at that point, and what drives your understanding of the world, more oftentimes than not, on the right, it is emotions and feelings more so than it is facts and evidence. Especially when you can have strong analysis come out, or strong analysis come in, or Trump himself, which you put Tulsi Gabbard there. No, most of us that are trying to at least advocate for intelligence in some places, Tulsi Gabbard was never the choice. She loved the Assad regime. She denied frequently that Assad had chemical weapons, and also lied about Russia repeatedly. Hey, have we tried the power of peace, guys? So putting her in that position was always going to be bad. But when you even have Tulsi Gabbard going against the grain, I don't know what to tell you. If you're going to have the ultimate MAGAs go against Trump within their own thing, I don't know what to make of that now. He's already putting in. We already have a story here for you guys. Let's do, hold on. 4 LTC billionaires. Army. I posted this today on my YouTube channel to give you guys this information. Army bringing in big tech executives as lieutenant colonels. They were all sworn in. Let me try to get the photo. Army tech executives. There you go. Army commissions officers. They're tech billionaires, and they're now lieutenant colonels in the Army. So if you ever wonder like how China or how, well, yeah, but Russia and North Korea have like high-ranking people with just medals all over their uniforms, this is how it is going to happen in the U.S. And we're going to have that. You're going to have tech billionaires in military uniforms for being an oligarch in the U.S., I guess now. You got 4 selected Silicon Valley executives for the inaugural group of Army Reserve Lieutenant Colonels. You got Palantir. Palantir is one of them. Shyam Sankar. Meta. Andrew Bosworth. OpenAI. Kevin Weil. And Thinking Machine Labs' Bob McGrew. So you got 4 tech executives that have been given the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Army. And that rank usually will take you, there's the photo. That'll take you like 20 years in the military to get to that one. There's their picture. June 13th. Fact check true. A claim spread. Fact check true. It's not just a claim, it's the facts. There they are. What a farce. Absolute insult. It is, especially to veterans that put in time and effort into their service. It's a slap in the face. Homeland Security just put this out. Get to war info. How about you suck these? How about that? Get to war info. Bro, I'm just going to start timing them out. We're going to start just timing them out, you guys. I don't have time for it. Do the war. Do the war. I listened to too many of that during Russia's invasion of Ukraine, too. I should have pushed against it then. We wouldn't have had games. Let me have my stream juice, and then we're going to read this Homeland Security post. Okay, so an immigration judge, not a district judge, has the authority to decide if Mr. Khalil should be detained or detained. On the same day, an immigration judge denied Khalil bond and ordered him to be removed. So this is on Mahmoud Khalil. It is a privilege to be granted a visa or green card to live and study in the U.S. The Trump administration acted well within its statutory and constitutional authority to detain Khalil, as it does with any alien or advocates for violence. We expect a higher court to do this. Wow. So they're trying to cope and go against the judges again. Trying to say that, yeah, immigration judge has to decide, not a district judge, which is a federal judge. Erupt's Iran nuclear talks without breakthrough. Iran foreign minister. We don't know how we can trust the Americans now. Interesting statement, but also, Trump destroyed the Iran deal to begin with. This is why it's tough to like even figure out what we're even talking about sometimes with this, because he destroyed the deal. There was deals already in place. He killed it. And then Israel just attacks Tehran last week. out of nowhere when they've already been hitting the Iranian proxies. They've been hitting Iran's proxies, but not like Tehran directly and just striking it. Flag looks so stupid. Doesn't that? It just looks stupid. Thought he was going to put 2 of them up. Isn't there a second one going up, or is it literally just the one?
Prime Minister Netanyahu said that they had the capacity to take out all of Iran's nuclear facilities. So what role would the U.S. be able to play, and why would they, if Israel says that they have all of the abilities, their own military?
I'm not sure he said that, but they really have a very limited capacity. They could break through a little section, but they can't go down very deep. They don't have that capacity, and we'll have to see what happens. Maybe it won't be necessary. Maybe it won't be necessary.
Prime Minister Netanyahu said that
maybe it won't be necessary. 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time. And then in 2 more weeks, it'll be 2 more weeks. It'll just be in 2 weeks, non-stop 2 weeks. Preston Stewart is good. Didn't know about him until Mercado mentioned it. Maybe saw on the feed. Yep. Preston does good. Iran will consider diplomacy when aggression stops, says the foreign minister. Okay, this came in about 20 minutes ago. Iran recounts bright flash and explosions. I've spoken to a friend who lives in the northern town of Rasht, Iran, one of the many places people are fleeing for safety. Last night, the IDF issued a warning on its X account directed at an industrial park located very close to the town. At the time, the country was under an immediate internet blackout, rather. Despite the lack of internet access, one of my contacts who lives nearby somehow managed to stay online using a VPN. I sent him the warning. Although the industrial park is considerable distant from his home, he believed he was safe. He returned last night, and just as he was about to enter the house, he saw a bright flash, heard an explosion, and felt a tremor shake the building. Why reporting on Iran is getting more and more difficult. Iran state TV ran a video earlier today of what it claimed was an Iranian missile making impact in Israel, but in reality it showed Israeli strike in Iran. Yeah, that's why covering this is a nightmare. All around. Both sides. Both sides, guys. Tough. You got the feed. You got the live stream on AP. That's the best you get, really. We've already looked at the social media posts. It sucks. Me more. It's a me more. That's why we watch Orange Mango Mussolini clips, and it makes MAGA mad that they have to look in the mirror. No, don't show the thing we voted for. Show the war. Okay. Trump is dragging us into this, it seems, with Israel, so you think the anti-Trump shit is bad now, you're going to have to find a different safe space, I think. Your safe space isn't going to hold up. Putin on Israel, Iran, Ukraine, and the risk of the world sliding towards World War III. World War III. Russian President Putin made the following comments on a plenary session of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. I consider the Russian and Ukrainian people to be one people. In fact, in this sense, the whole Ukraine is ours. Okay. That's what he had to say about Ukraine. We have such an ancient, it's not a saying, not a parable, but an ancient rule where a Russian soldier's foot treads, it's ours. We, by the way, have never questioned the right of the Ukrainian people to independence and sovereignty. At the same time, the grounds of which Ukraine became an independent and sovereign were laid out in the 1991 Declaration of Ukraine's Independence. It is clearly written in black and white that Ukraine is a non-aligned, non-nuclear, neutral state. When asked what Russia's response would be if Ukraine used a dirty bomb, Putin said, "This would be a colossal mistake, maybe their last mistake. We always respond to all threats that are posed to us in a reciprocal way. Therefore, our response will be very rough and most likely catastrophic for the regime. And unfortunately for Ukraine itself, I hope it will never come to that." So nothing's changed there. On Israel-Iran, in such cases, it's better not to get ahead of ourselves in order not to harm the process, but in my opinion, there are points of possible common ground. We are presenting our position to both sides. As you know, we are in contact with Israel and our Iranian friends. We're not seeking to mediate, we are just proposing ideas, and if they are attractive to both countries, we'll be happy about it. Now our proposals are also being discussed. We have contacts with our Iranian friends almost on a daily basis, so let's see. That is Putin's comments on Israel, Iran, and then Ukraine, where he says, where our soldiers go, that's our land now. Wild. Wild times. You got a earthquake in Iran. 5.1. I've seen it also at 5.2. They got a report of a 5.1 earthquake shook northern Iran. Interesting information here. The quake, which is Iran's Tasnim news agency, is measured at 5.2, struck a depth of 10 kilometers. 6 miles, some 37 kilometers southwest of the city of Semnan. Iranian strikes hit Haifa as conflict stretches to its 8th day. Israel and Iran continue to exchange strikes Friday, the 8th day of fighting between the two countries. The IDF said it struck military targets across Tehran, Tabriz, and Kermanshah, while Iranian attacks were reported in Haifa and southern Israel. 31 people were injured in the Iranian strike in Haifa Bay, a spokesman for the Rambam Medical Center said on social media, with one patient in serious condition. At least 5 people sustained light injuries from a missile strike in Beersheba. According to Israeli emergency services, the number of casualties in Iran was not immediately clear. Israel equals the sole nuke state never have IAEA, and they've never had IAEA inspectors in Israel. What up, Zamanda Diaz? Good to see you. Okay, let's just go through some of the postings between the IDF and Iran, or the Iran military account. Can you guys see everything, hear everything well? My microphone was messing up a little bit yesterday. Weird things happening back and forth. Okay, good. IRGC statement on the 17th wave of Operation True Promise. The 17th wave. We haven't missed a wave yet today, have we? Not in this stream. We've been live for an hour and a half. There's been no attacks yet. Let me get the other website up. Got live in Tel Aviv still. Hot take. Yeah, I'm not cheering on either side of this. I hope they both lose. Is that possible? Can that happen? I just don't want the U.S. to get dragged into a 20-year Middle Eastern war for Israel. So obviously, like my energy will be directed more towards U.S. action, which will sound like I'm on Iran's side, but I'm not. And it is what it is. Iran's not trying to bring in U.S. troops to go fight Israel. They wouldn't, regardless, but it's obviously that's why the energy will be more towards Israel, because they're bringing us into it. when they have the ability to fight whoever the hell they want and do whatever the hell they want by themselves. But I'm on the side of corruption in Ukraine. There's corruption in the United States. We have our president is corrupt. What are you talking about? I would argue the United States is more corrupt than Ukraine. We have a president. Our president's running a crypto scam right now. Well, as we speak, but it's like there's part of it. Tariffs pumping and dumping our economy. Doge, which absolutely destroyed our soft power around the world for waste, fraud, and abuse that didn't exist. And I support Ukraine because they're fighting against the very corruption that has seeded into their country because of Russia's ownership of it prior to the independence of '91. I were paid through NGOs or what? I was paid for my YouTube channel. I'm not attached to a single thing. They don't like me anyways because I say what I feel and I'm not politically correct. And I'm not cool with the cool kids after a while because they realize I say what I want. So I'm not paid by any NGO. I'm paid by my YouTube. And my Facebook. And my social media. And my gaming channel. And then I save money and put it in my savings account. And then I buy plane tickets and I go places. This is what an IAF interception of 15 Iranian UAVs launched at Israeli civilians look like. What does Facebook pay you? It's looking like $1,200 next month right now. That's what we're looking at right now on Facebook. So almost my rent in Facebook money. Okay. 13-second clip. Nice. Dismantled 3 surface-to-surface missile launchers. 3 surface-to-surface missile launchers prepared to fire a barrage of missiles towards Israel were dismantled. Additionally, a remotely piloted aircraft identified a group of Iranian soldiers, including an IRGC base commander in western Iran, was responsible for 15 missile launchers. En route to carry out a launch, the cell was estimated. Okay.
יש לנו משגר ממשנה אתה רשאי קיבלתי עולים מעל 2-3 ממשנה עבודה יפה לחפש עוד משגרים באזור. מחפשים.
יש משגרים נוספים באזור, לפחות 3.
ממשנה רשאי.
יש אנשים
גם. ממשנה אתה רשאי גם על הסייד גם על הטיל. 2-3
I make money doing beta mail stuff and talk shit about Trump. Yep. I don't care. I'm making money off of you in my chat right now for being here. Thank you for being here. You had to wait to subscribe for 20 minutes and you did that, which helped me, and then now you're going to complain about it. I don't understand. We saw that a little earlier. I always love it when Trump supporters discover capitalism. Wait, what? You make money doing this? You should see what your own people make. Holy shit. And they get paid by Russia too. Oh, you think Charlie Kirk does it for out of the kindness of his heart? You think Tim Pool? No, we know he gets paid by Russia. You think Steve Bannon? I think he just does it out of the kindness of his heart. I'm just doing this because I love it. But you believe that anyways because you believe Trump does presidency without a salary. And then you also think Elon did Doge out of the kindness of his heart too. The fuck? It's like you have a communist brain for communism, or whatever, for socialism actually. Like, oh, you should just do things for what's right because it's the good thing to do. But you don't actually support Joe Rogan. But you don't actually support the people that do that though, actually. Like the actual people that are doing things because they're passionate about it or they want to see changes or whatever. Like that's woke. That's woke DEI Nancy Pelosi. Boo. We support the actual grifters and people that literally keep us here for money. Newsmax. Government of Pakistan had something to say. What the heck? The government of Pakistan recommends Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Wow. Did anybody ask Pakistan for this? Did anybody ask Pakistan for their opinion, for their... President Trump's leadership during the 2025 Pakistan-India crisis, which India came out and already said, like, he did nothing for this. Okay. What the fuck? Well, MAGA, Pakistan's on your team. Oh boy. Pakistan. Or was isn't that where Osama bin Laden was hiding? Just it just can't, it just gets better. Yeah. There's a better meme for that one.
There's been discussion
we'll
of
use the magic 8-ball. Keep grifting you, Merc. Oh, I appreciate that. No, don't send me any money. Don't do that. You don't have to. Listen, I will sit and play video games. I promise you. Yeah, I care actually. Not as much as I should sometimes, but like, in terms of like how information should be given, I care more about that, I guess, than anything. How it should be more of an open, I guess. Like, I'll shit on people that need to be shit on, but like, at least they can still watch and see what happens too. So here's another post today going around. Carville, I'm old enough to remember in 2002 when this network was beating war drums as loud as you could. Beat war drums about WMDs, of course. It turned out to be a giant lie. McCallum, we just heard from an expert who said there's so much evidence. Carville, you're free to beat war drums as loud as you want to. Oh, so he's calling out. What do you guys think of James Carville? He's kind of a he's his own person, I think. I don't know, maybe not. He's Democrat. He's a Democrat, but I don't know much. He's not from my generation, that's for sure. You like him? That's why I don't know much of him. I unfortunately have to deal with like the Charlie Kirks and shit from my generation. That's who we got. And you got Hassan. He sounds pretty cool when he talks, though. I just don't know much about his like past or his beyond like when he's on TV show stuff appearances. Like, that's when I see him. I don't know much about like I know he like works within the Democratic Party, but I don't know like how effective he's been or like a policy, if he's been solid or not. But when he shows up on shows, though, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
There's been discussion of a lot of different potential operations, and some Israeli officials have said and told us on this program that they do have some other methods that could be employed, James. As you look at this situation, and you've worked closely, obviously, with presidents in the past, your thoughts on the importance of this moment and how you think President Trump is going about the decision?
Well, if he says he wants 2 weeks, if he takes 2 weeks, great. Take another 2 months.
Okay.
You know, I'm old enough to remember 2002 when this network and everybody else was beating war drums as loud as you could beat war drums, and that there was every evidence of weapons of mass destruction.
And you can't even deny that. It was all of them, though. You can say Fox News. They were extra about it, but it was every network, though. That's why people don't like the mainstream media, because they lied about the weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist, and we were in Iraq for 20 years, plus a litany of other reasons, too, for sure. But, like, that is a massive one. Because there were no weapons of mass destruction. They didn't have them. It's the same bullshit that Israel's saying now. It's the same stuff now.
And of course, it turned out to be a giant lie.
It's a lie.
And I think before you
think this
engage
is
a
like
country
that?
with 92 million, I don't know, but I do know that the government lied to me profoundly 22 years ago. That I do know. Why would I
Well, we
trust
just heard,
this
James, we
government
just
more than
heard
I'd
from,
trust-
I don't know if you
Yeah,
heard.
especially this government. You're gonna trust this Trump government and the Trump administration now? Like, it's so bad. It's cooked. It's over with. It's an untrustworthy administration to begin with. And then you hear the same narrative and messaging about the war, about joining Israel's war, almost verbatim of the Iraq war, and like the weapons of mass destruction and why we need to go.
Yeah, we just heard from David Albright, who's probably one of the most premier experts in this area, who said this is absolutely not Iraq. He follows Iran's nuclear program very closely, and he said there's so much evidence. The IAEA has their own evidence about how far
again,
along they are.
You're free to beat the war drums as loud as you want to.
I'm not beating any war drums. I'm just reporting the facts.
Excuse me for speaking while you interrupted me. May I proceed? Because the Tulsi Gabbard said...
Can you let him talk? Holy shit, dude. I wish I could hear his take.
Answer the question. I just have to correct on this. Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me know when I can speak. Okay. Our DNI said in March that they were not...
They're not letting him speak.
Close to having a nuclear weapon. But I think that he needs to take his time. They need to assess it, and they need to give us a very clear rationale for why this step is necessary to start a war with 92 million people. That's all I'm saying. And that country has 92 million people. Half have a college degree. Half of those are women. And I just don't think it's a good idea to rush headlong into a war. I'm sorry. I was skeptical in 2002.
All right, he's going to speak right now, James. I do have to cut you off here, sir.
Well, I wish we could hear what Carville thinks, but Fox News got a Fox News, of course. Trump media. We're still Trump media. We're still here. We still exist, media. I know you guys all moved to Newsmax and OAN, but hey, we're over here still. We still do Trump stuff. No one likes the flagpole. You guys like the flagpole? The most beautiful, greatest, big, beautiful flagpole ever. What happened? Donald Trump is not a king above the law. Tonight, the court rightly rejected Trump's claim that he can do whatever he wants with the National Guard and not have to explain himself to a court. Well, that's good news for California. Newsom's acting like he won something here. Reality check. 9th Circuit ruled last night in Trump's favor, stopping Newsom from seizing back the National Guard. If you want to talk about restoring order, let's talk about... Okay, so did he win or lose? Let's actually look it up ourselves. California District Court, National Guard. Okay, it's LA Times. I don't think it went Newsom's way. California challenges troop deployment after appeals court rules for Trump. State to argue in federal court that control the National Guard deployed to Los Angeles should return to Newsom. Okay, so he hasn't won yet. California's challenge of the Trump administration's military deployment on the streets of LA returned to a federal courtroom in San Francisco today after an appeals court handed Trump a key procedural win. Friday's hearing comes a day after the 9th Circuit appellate panel allowed the president to keep control of the National Guard troops he deployed in response to protests over immigration raids. The appellate decision halted a temporary restraining order from U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer, who found Trump acted... Okay, so it's literally just going back and forth right now. That's why it's confusing, even me, where I'm like, okay, did Newsom win or did Trump win? They're both getting wins, like back and forth before like a full decision is made. They're getting procedural wins back and forth to like hold it until there's an appeal, and then Trump will challenge it, and then they'll win because it'll like keep the order in place while there's another one. It's just lawfare nonsense. So there's no final decision yet. It's still going back and forth. It's a back and forth battle still. All right. And right now it's in Trump's side in terms of like the National Guard can stay out there for now. So that's where I'll summarize all that. The National Guard will still be out there and there's still a court battle. Okay. That's where we're at with it. Want to get into all the more legal details? You can read the article if you would like to. He's allowed to keep them. Yep. Ruled yesterday. But then again, Newsom challenged it today in court. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how that all plays out. Battles on all fronts. Seems so. News. Thune has scheduled all senators classified briefing on Israel-Iran for Tuesday afternoon. Hello, Yvonne. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Another appellate court filed with judges who are more concerned with the esoteric abstractions of law than examination. Yeah. Definitions, judges versus practicality of like the situation. And you have that too. It'll be more like conservative judges versus normal ones. Schumer has been requesting it. He said Jackson has no principles. He exploited the... Yeah, Jackson Hinkle's a clown. That's... we were memeing on it earlier because MAGA's finally calling him out when they were fine. They were just fine with him before that. Put in the chat where you guys are tuned in from. What city, what state, where in the world we're watching from. We're still tracking what's happening with Israel, Iran, but also just side mission news at the same time. Leave a like on the stream if you could. Check in. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Amazing. Supreme Leader is speaking. When you say Supreme Leader, are you speaking of Ayatollah? Are you talking about Trump? Are you talking about Kim Jong-un? What do you see, Annie? Should have some protests popping up here soon, too. As time goes on. They've been happening the last few days now. This is, Hakeem Jeffries' statement. Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States and can never be permitted to become a nuclear-capable power. Israel has the right to defend itself against escalating Iranian aggression, and our commitment to Israel's security remains ironclad. The authority to declare war belongs solely to the United States Congress. President Trump and his administration must refrain from engaging in offensive military action in Iran without the explicit approval of the House of the Representatives and the Senate. Aggressive diplomacy resulting in a longer and stronger agreement that permanently halts Iran's nuclear aspirations is the most appropriate course of action. The only one advocating for actual direct war is Trump. What up, South Australia? Good to have you. We have stuff happening on Facebook here. What's going on? We got Deborah with 20, Michelle with 50, Deanna with 20 stars coming in on Facebook. Thank you so much for the support over there, everybody. Thank you, thank you. If you guys see anything on X too that pops up, you can tag me in a post always if you guys are still on X. You guys are still there. Oh, you guys have left that one though. Left it. If Trump was a supreme leader, he wouldn't need Congress, smart ones. Yeah, that's why we keep seeing him make those actions against Congress and against the judges. He doesn't need, he actually unironically is doing that. It's like we don't have time for conservatives to realize that we're already in authoritarianism when we're like already there. Like they'll realize it when it's too late. Like there'll already be people in like gulags or in El Salvador, and then the conservative mind will go, oh okay, this is bad. Man, I wish somebody would have told me. Man, I wish so bad. It must have been that fake news. Yeah, both sides are bad. Yeah, at least we're in this together now. He's literally working against the Congress and judges and all of the foundations of American government. He is absolutely saying fuck you to all of it. But you're right, for sure. The Congress would have stepped in. It's a Republican majority. They have a majority in everything, so Trump can do whatever he wants. And like in the Republican Party, you don't have independent thought, like I've said earlier. You have to be MAGA. So if they go against Trump, they'll find out and they'll get primaried, or they'll have their base go and physically attack the politician or their family to get what Trump wants.
Need your votes. I'm very suspicious that he said Musk knows the machines when he broke ways with Musk.
Where is it? I see a protest, but I don't know where the hell this is. Oh, it must have been from yesterday. No, protest. Well, yeah, there's protests in Iran. There's a video on CNN about it. I'm looking up live protests in the U.S. against the war. They have anti-war protests in Tehran. Oh, it just finished. Oh, that's on Crux. They're going to show garbage. Here you go.
The first Western journalist to enter Iran since this latest conflict with Israel began. He's there with our Claudia Otto. He attended a massive protest in Tehran where protesters chanted "Death to America, death to Israel." Fred has more from Tehran.
Massive crowds have turned out here in central Tehran to protest against Israel's.
Chat, at this point, when I hear someone in a foreign country say "Death to America," I don't give I don't care. Like, that used to actually move people when they would hear someone, like a Middle Easterner, say "Death to America," and like that would like war now. Like, I don't care. Okay.
Strikes against Iran, but also against the policies of the Trump administration.
Like, I don't know if does that appeal to like boomers. Do they get mad when they hear someone say, "Well, death to America"? Like, I'm pretty sure they put that in Team America World Police as a meme, because that's what it is.
As well, many of them were chanting "Death to America," were chanting "Death to Israel." We saw them burn American flags and burn Israeli flags.
Oh wow.
You punch the United States and Israel in the mouth, he says. Trump, you are threatening my leader, this woman says. Don't you know my nation believes death is sweeter than honey? What do you have, Israel? He says. You have nothing. You are occupiers, unreligious. You're killing people, killing women. You kill everyone. You're terrorists.
So you can see that anger here being voiced by many of the folks who are walking here in this protest, whereas the Iranian government has said that as long as the Israelis continue their bombing campaign of sites here in Iran, there will be Iranian missiles flying towards Israeli territory. They're calling on President Trump to try and end this direct confrontation. Otherwise, they say, there could be a direct military confrontation between Iran and the United States. The Iranians say it's not something they want, but they also say it's something that they're ready for. Fred Plotkin, CNN, Tehran.
Okay, so let's see if there's any. Nope, they do. Okay, that's the protests in Tehran. you were asking. Someone asked in chat. Not seeing any pop up yet in the U.S., at least people that I go to. There was some yesterday. There was ICE protests at the Dodger Stadium. I was going to go live and cover that, but then the LA Dodgers kicked him out before I even could start. Indeed, indeed. We got a live up at Tel Aviv, guys. It's 12:19 in the morning in Tel Aviv. Haven't seen any strikes come in from Iran's Operation True Promise. You got Operation Rising Lion from Iran or Israel, and then Iran's is Operation True Promise. And that's what they're calling their wars against each other here. That's what it's being referred to. If you guys could take a moment and hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel, or come on over to the YouTube, subscribe. On our way to 80K. On our way to 80,000. And all the support of the channel, I appreciate that. We also keep it ad free, so thank you to all the members of the channel for helping keep that a thing during breaking news. And I think my channel, honestly, guys, we probably should just do breaking news beyond, like every breaking story that happens, and stick with it instead of just doing like daily ranting, which I can do. I'll do that during the breaking news though. Right now, we're kind of in a time where daily news is probably a breaking news anyway. But if there ever is a day where there's just like truly no breaking news, I'll probably just stay on my gaming channel. Not right now though. These are times. We're in a 2-week window apparently. If you're wondering what's the latest, we got 2 weeks until Trump can make it or will make a decision apparently, according to him. Tulsi Gabbard's intelligence department came out and said that there's no evidence of Iranian nukes, and Trump said, liar. So that's going to get interesting. Haven't seen any exchange of missiles yet today. There could have been earlier before I went live, but I did not see any. So at least during this feed, we haven't seen any rocket attacks come in from Iran or vice versa. So we haven't seen that. IDF hasn't put any information out about attacks coming in. Let's see when the last one was. We'll put out the map of all the spots. Yeah, it's been since yesterday. They got hit. Their hospital was hit. Ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba.
There's over 1 million Israelis.
Okay, see what they had to say.
Early this morning, an Iranian ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba. This hospital serves over 1 million Israelis, including Bedouins, Jews, Christians.
Oh, the daily ranting won't stop. I'm just talking like some days I'll just do a stream and too much to talk about, you know, or we'll just talk. But we can do that. But there's a lot of breaking news right now.
And Arabs alike.
There's a lot of big information.
Iran targeting civilian centers with ballistic missiles is no surprise for us. They have been openly declaring their desire to destroy the state of Israel for decades now. These aren't just words. Over the past 6 days, Iran has launched over 450 ballistic missiles and hundreds of UAVs. This is exactly why we cannot and we will not allow this regime to obtain nuclear weapons or...
Why did Iran start launching ballistic missiles at you? Why did that happen? Why are rockets and drones coming in? Here he is at the hospital site.
I'm here at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, at a site where a ballistic missile launched this morning from Iran hit directly this hospital. This is exactly the face of this regime. It's a terror regime.
I know.
We are targeting military targets and they are targeting civilians. They are aiming to kill as many civilians as they can.
It's just bro, like as if the whole world wasn't watching their operation in Gaza for the past, how long now? 2 years? Almost 2 years straight? As if we haven't seen just absolute destruction of the civilians in Gaza. Wherever they're at.
And this is exactly why we launched this operation. We cannot allow Iran obtain nuclear weapons. We cannot allow Iran obtain ballistic missiles. It's an existential threat for Israel. It's an imminent threat for Israel. We will do whatever we can in order to dismantle this threat. I'm here.
Yeah, cry bully. There you go, Jimsy. That's the term I'm looking for. Cry bully. Like Russia does that, right? Or you do the thing that'll, or like the Enforcer channel. Yeah, cry bullying. This is what it's like to live under the Iranian regime.
For over 4 decades, the Iranian people have lived under fear, control, and repression.
Why? Why though? Why did that happen?
This is not just a story about a military force. This is a story about a people.
Definitely not good. Definitely not good. But they had better government. They had better leadership before 1979. What happened? I mean, again, it doesn't take away from the authoritarian Ayatollah and yeah. But there's a reason they got to that point, right? Which I've been watching now after the stream myself, looking into Iranian history a little bit more.
Yearning for freedom, caught in the middle of a regime that fears the freedom of its own citizens more than any foreign threat.
It's almost kind of like on purpose, dude. So that way it's like, this is what I feel. I'm going to tell you what I feel now, more so than facts. This is my feelings, that Israel needs an enemy, right? They need just something to fight. It's not like, I feel like the leadership in Israel don't want there to be peace. Like, because that keeps their shit, like they're always they're always fighting an existential threat, always. And you keep a people like that, and you can move them however you want. You can have them do whatever you need them to, and you get all the support, and you get the backing of the biggest Western countries all the time, and you get a shitload of money from all of the major Western countries. So I feel like the reason why because even if there was, say you had the most peaceful Middle Eastern countries, when like they're all peaceful, okay, just imagine, and all of it, I still feel like that would be a problem for Israel, because then there'd be no existential threat, and you won't get rich Westerners coming to live there in the Golan Heights, or whatever Trump wants to make, or whatever, if Trump gets his way, or Netanyahu gets his way with Gaza, and turning that into a resort that Trump memed about at the start of his presidency, like right away. Yeah, we got Trump as the peacetime guy. We got Trump as the peace guy. He's going to do peace with Gaza and Israel. And then immediately he posts an AI-generated meme showing that Gaza is like a resort.
Founded after the 1979 revolution, the IRGC has evolved into a powerful terrorist institution that silences the struggling Iranian people, crushes any opposition, and exports terror beyond Iran's borders.
Yeah, they're far right. Yeah, far right leadership. And when you have the progressives in Iran that are advocating for women's rights, which I know I've seen that, for the rights of women, they crush it because it's a far right authoritarian regime. That's exactly what the U.S. wanted in there, because then they could that is what controls the people within Iran, and then there can never be like a true independent Iran. Like how led by the people. Like, you keep a far right authoritarian government in there, they're going to use the military and be absolute, like you're seeing here, which again is not good. That's why I can never take like the position of, Ayatollah good. No, they're the far right. They're just a different shade of far right fascism is what controls Iran. But same with Israel, same with the U.S. now, same with Russia.
All while claiming to defend Islamic values. In 2009, they shot protesters demanding fair elections. In 2019, they killed over 1,500 civilians in a matter of days during anti-government unrest. And in 2022, the world watched as 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in the custody of Iran's so-called morality police, sparking a nationwide uprising.
Morality police. They got full-blown shit there from the Ayatollah.
Students.
But then it's like, we created that, and then Israel will cook with that and say, yeah, look how bad Iran is. Which, yes, well, they're bad too. And the people that are in Iran that are fighting against all of this just get shit on. And then they're obviously like, and it sucks. And this is why it really does suck, is because now if the U.S. goes to war against Iran with Israel, all the people that are in Iran that are against the regime and have been fighting against it, they'll, just by the nature of being invaded, they'll unify. And then now you'll have more IRGC. You'll have more Ayatollahs. It'll create more of them because now you're facing an existential threat, and like people unify during that. And obviously with the leadership of Iran being far right authoritarian, that's not good, is it? It's all bad. It's a shit sandwich.
Women, journalists, Kurds,
Some people really want to eat it though.
and Balochis have been and still are persecuted. Through surveillance, torture, executions, and exile, the IRGC has turned the country into a prison for its own people.
That prison won't exist here in a minute, though. If the U.S. gets involved and we invade or do something to Iran, you're going to have what I just said. That's what's going on. That's what the IDF put out. They don't tell you the full story, though. They don't tell you the full story. And maybe this weekend and next week, while we're waiting for Taco Don's to give us the order, we can do some Iran history. I might have to. From like the 53 coup. By like the 50s to the through the Ayatollah, the Shah. Yeah, 53 coup. We should put that on, actually. I'm going to have a safety meeting. I'm going to do a streamer thing and put on something, and I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm kidding. No, we're going to watch this. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to have a safety meeting, and then we'll watch the video. So I'm going to leave you guys with the skyline for now. So I got to get up and stretch quick and have a safety. 420 friendly stream. I didn't know there's big political streamers that literally smoke on stream, too, though. I used to do that back in the day, but sometimes I got to be on point. Sometimes. Bowls for peace, yes. Bong rips for peace. I used to do that when Russia first invaded Ukraine. We did bong rips for Ukraine and everything on stream. It was so unhinged. I don't know what was happening. And I would again, but my apartment here is too nice, and I don't want to get kicked out. I would get. I lived in an apartment before that smoking inside was fine. No one cared. Everyone did it. This apartment, I would lose everything, probably. When I get my own house eventually, there will be safety meetings. Vape is this way smell-wise. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to smoke in my house, though, to be honest. I'm being serious. Probably move to the garage. Have a heated garage set up. Maybe have my stream in the garage. And then I can rip safety meetings there. Bong rips or bunker busters. You just gotta place a balcony. They practically live on it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we'll have to put the stream where we're gonna smoke. That's what you do? Yeah. You have a heated garage? I just had to have to be in a place where I could do my thing and not bother the rest of the house. Alright, safety meeting, bathroom break. Thank you. Have to go. Sounds good, Gene. We'll be here. Safety meeting, bathroom break. Stretch break, couple minutes, and then we'll watch. Let's watch some Iranian history, U.S. coup video, and start tapping in on that. Don't go anywhere. I know a lot of you will. Yeah, over now though. Safety meeting time. Hey, shout out to if you're a new viewer in the last week or so after the protests. Well, we're gonna keep going, but now we don't have any. It doesn't seem like we have any today. I expected them. It's a Friday night. Could still happen. But I'm not seeing any yet, unless you guys see any up. Hello from the United Kingdom. Good to have you. Hello, hello. Watching on the Skyline and nothing happens could be 5 minutes per night, or over to overwhelm Sam. Literally. Yeah, it's like that. That's why I don't stay with it all night. Like, shout out to Steve from Agenda Free. Will stay with it all night. For me, I just can't, man. That's why I have a gaming channel you guys should subscribe to, so you can watch other content too, if you like that. If you don't like gaming, though, I understand. You found you're doing the protests. Love your coverage. Thank you, Rosie. Hope you guys also check out my own protest coverage too. Now I have to figure out because, listen, I just gotta be honest when it comes to the 4th of July. So there's another 4th of July No Kings protest happening. All right. But for me, my grandpa doesn't have much time left. Okay, his health isn't doing well. And so he wants to go up to my aunt's house, which is like 4 hours north, and go spend the 4th of July. Honestly, this might be my grandpa's last 4th of July, the way his health is going. So it's like I'm in a situation right now where you got the No Kings protest and people that aren't celebrating the 4th of July for obviously the reasons I'm with. And then I got my grandfather, who this is probably his last. I don't know. I just don't know if he's gonna live much longer with his health. So I'm probably gonna choose my family. All right, I'm just letting you guys know that now. And it's nothing like that I'm standing against the protest or because I know why people are protesting the 4th of July this year. But I'm going to be likely, well, I'll have like my stream here and there. Like I'll probably do a stream one night or 2 nights, but I want to kind of relax. I'm only going to be there from the 2nd to the 6th. But I'm probably going to go up north and not be in the cities to stream. So I'll tell you guys what stream you can follow though before we get to it, because there will be people out there. But it's tough dude, streaming's tough in the Twin Cities at the capital. Like the quality is not there for streaming. It's tough. I'm surprised we had a 2-hour some stream. We had a stream. Wasn't the best quality though. So for the No Kings 2.0 protests, I'm probably going to be with family. Well, I will be with family. I'm telling you that now. I'll do what I can. So the 2nd, I'm going to bring my laptop. So any protests around that time I'll cover. But the day of the 4th and everything, I'll be with my family. You can help set up remote access from your phone to your desk. I can do all that already. I've streamed from. I've been streaming from Ukraine and everything already. I went to Ukraine, and then in the B&B we'd stream from there, and I would do like this type of stream from my B&B in Ukraine. So I'm good on all that. Like I'm gonna bring it with, but I'm just telling you I might not be streaming that day. Or the streams I will be doing will be 4th of July type streams. Outside. Outdoor stuff coming up. Stream cooking Grandpa's breakfast. It's a really nice area too. It's right on the lake. Yep, we did have a morning show in Ukraine too. Yep, we did have that. We had a morning show, and then I did the regular nighttime update as well of what was happening. Fish for breakfast, huh? I don't know about fish for breakfast. I don't think I've done that one. Bacon and eggs, though. We'll do that. Bacon and eggs. It is, it's Leech Lake. Massive one. It's a chonker. Leech Lake, Minnesota. You had waffles and strawberries this morning. Nice. Waffles and strawberries. What did you guys have for breakfast? You've done more for Ukraine than I have for America. That's wild to say. I served 10 years in the Army. Made the rank of sergeant. Stationed in Alaska. Deployed Operation Enduring Freedom for 9 months. I really only have been supporting Ukraine for 2 years. 3 years. A little over 3 years. My stream is absolutely more geared towards American-centric stuff. So when I go live and cover things, I get more attention for the U.S. than Ukraine. I tried, but there's already lots of Ukraine streamers and influencers. But I get more attention for domestic U.S. information. And people will tune in more to that. Shout out to the vets in the chat. Any veterans, especially veterans that have been standing against what we've been seeing in the streets of LA and the parade. I'm absolutely against the Palantir, OpenAI, Meta lieutenant colonels that we have now. Billionaire tech oligarchs. What is this? Tulsi Gabbard just posted this. The dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within What? The fake media, the fake news. Those are your... So, she's calling it fake news?
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq, and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Okay.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran.
What's fake? What's the fake news? What's the fake news? What's the context that you said that they have ballistic missiles and drones? Okay. Yes. We know this. It's the nukes and weapons of mass destruction that, and you just said that the Ayatollah and the Independent Commission don't have nukes. In your statement, what is taken out of context?
Suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will...
So that's the yin and the yang. Okay, so they have enough uranium to make them, but they don't have them, which is what the media said that you didn't have them, that they don't have them, but they can build them. They can make them. They have the materials to make them, but they don't already have them, which is what the media said that you said. And it isn't fake news.
Will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit.
the deep state and leftist media are intentionally trying to, yeah, for sure. Someone asked me on my Facebook, like, what do I think of Nick Sorter? He is the same as all the other ex-propagandists on this piece of shit. He's a Tim Pool guy. Like, that should tell you enough. What is this? Not a House Homeland Security Committee? Must be, yeah. Democrats run that still. The Democrats of it. I was like, wait, this isn't what we've been usually saying. All the government accounts post MAGA shit now. Just MAGA memes. You'll see like the U.S. Army, and it's like a MAGA meme or something now. It's terrible. Let's get you to bed, Grandpa.
They're great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, I mean, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, and the sheriff admitted it, he had no control. He would have lost control.
The sheriff is political. Of course, the sheriff is MAGA super political. And absolutely was in there trying to just smack protesters with flashbangs. Like, that's what they wanted to do, and that's what they were going to do. Starting in Compton. We watched it all. They came in with boxes ready, and that's what was going to happen, and it was always going to happen. They were always going to disperse the crowd with all of the munitions because again, if you aren't plugged in, it just looks bad when you see the flashbangs out and tear gas out, and it looks like chaos, because it is. But why is the chaos happening? Maybe because the police didn't allow them to peacefully protest. Or the sheriffs. And that was the sheriff. And the sheriffs in LA is MAGA as fuck. Like, and orange. LA, all the sheriffs in that area are MAGA.
We saved.
Is there any like non-MAGA sheriffs in California actually though?
Los Angeles.
Keep lying. This is truth. You're allergic to it. You've made that clear.
By having the military go in, and the second night was much better. The third night was nothing much, and the fourth night nobody bothered even coming. We put out that fire, and we did a great job of it. He sued us for going in and for helping him. We went and helped him. Right now, you'd have Los Angeles burning to the ground. Largely,
LA burning to the ground. They didn't move from the block-and-a-half radius of Little Tokyo and the Federal Building and the City Hall, which I now know by heart. And I've never been. I've been to LA, but I haven't like just gone in the city. Well, I've been to Los Santos. I played Grand Theft Auto 5.
it would have already been destroyed.
What are you talking about? Crazy. Same people that say Minneapolis burned down, and this city burned down, and that city burned down. Go to bed, Grandpa.
Oh, that's what you
I
said.
assure you, you will not find Hillary Clinton basket of deplorables. Biden, Republicans are clear and present danger, Neanderthal thinking, they're garbage. Obama, bitter, they cling to their guns, religion.
Obama said they were bitter and cling to their guns. Those are mean words. Hillary Clinton basket of deplorables. The cutest little diss you've ever heard. You're in a basket at least. You're not, then just, we're victims. They're so mean. Let us be authoritarians in peace. What the heck? Both sides. All lives matter. Let us be fascists and don't call us out for it.
Antipathy. These were about voters. And I have challenged many Democrats. Give me all the quotes from Donald J. Trump smearing half of the country. They don't exist. To Jesse's exact point, Those are about specific elected officials. Maybe you don't like them? Fine. He doesn't smear half the country.
When you don't even believe what you're saying. This is the face of I'm just riffing. I'm just riffing. I'm just saying things. She doesn't even believe that.
Like them? Fine. He doesn't smear half the country.
Did you just laugh? You just laugh now. I had a video for that too, actually. I gotta find it again. I gotta remember what video it is. Damn it. Let me see. Can't remember what exact account I looked at it on. A while ago now. It was random and it was recommended to me on YouTube. And I saved it, but YouTube's watch later playlist doesn't work sometimes. For whatever reason. Come on. No, not that one. We already watched the Whitest Kids You Know video. What the heck? All right. Where's my watch later? Not on this one. Switch over here.
You might know Harbor Freight for a Ford.
Oh, here it is. Found it.
And let me. Today I'm surrounded by.
Oh God! Not.
And let me just. Today I'm
Stop.
surrounded by 23.
Make it stop. That video's hilarious though too. Okay, it's this one. Oh.
Today. And let me just say.
Here it is. Took me a while. It was on my other YouTube channel. Right-wing podcasters 5 seconds after the cameras turn off.
And let me just say this. The far left anti-free speech demagogues out there, they want you to be ashamed of your masculinity. Well, I will not be ashamed. And I will not silence myself for some woke
Yo, the microphone died.
What's up?
The mic died. Can you run to the store really quick and pick up some batteries?
Me?
What do you... Yes.
Yeah, I can, yeah, I can.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Hurry.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. Okay, battery. Excuse me, sorry. We good?
Yeah, go for it.
And we are not afraid of you.
That's the secret. That's how you do it. It's all theater. Theater kids that went right wing, I guess. So what happens when theater kids go right. White House is barring... Oh. There's a JD Vance is doing a press conference? Oh, no, thank you. Can't... Will Smith, L. Right Angle News Network. What in the fuck is that? At the end of the day, all right-wing media will just, yeah. Right-wing media will like be the thought police, unironically. That's what I'm telling you. You gotta get out of that. Like they'll start with conservatives. If you're conservative, if you speak against Trump, they'll come after you first and test all the Palantir technology on you. And then obviously when they get that shit calibrated properly because you spoke against Trump and you've stuck around for way too long, and then after that they'll go to the rest of us. They're already prepping it. Trump knows you shouldn't second guess Trump. They're saying it in the press briefing today. The State Department, Tammy Bruce. This is a crazy DM from that news site. If you have a news agency messaging you to that they're gonna leave the feds alone. What in the hell, bro? What in the 1984? Donald Trump has threatened to fire federal. Oh. Another week of threats at Jerome Powell, guys. Okay, I don't know. Is that what happened there? This goes back and forth every week too. Oh, he calls them too late. Hawkish Fed is flying blind. Federal Reserve took a slight hawkish turn Wednesday, indicating it's more worried about rising inflation than oh boy. The Fed's revised economic projections show that the U.S. officials expect unemployment and inflation to rise. And wow. Unironically living in what MAGA thought Biden was. Because you watch right-wing media and everyone thought Biden was the cause of the inflation and not COVID. Because you believe COVID was fake too. So that prepped you to be ready for Biden did COVID. And then also that Biden was also president during COVID. And he's the one that also locked you down, even though Trump was president. We literally live in a world like that, guys, where MAGA believes that Biden was president during COVID in 2020. Because they will refuse to accept that Trump was the president then. And his decisions and lack of decisions caused the worst situation. Like, it was already going to be bad. We were going to have deaths. COVID was going to spread. But the way he handled COVID absolutely attributed to more death and chaos than needed. And when Biden became president, he had to obviously basically do what Obama did after the recession. And we had COVID inflation from the world returning back to normal-ish, because we didn't like return to normal until honestly like probably 2022 early. We were still social distancing and shit. People still do that, but not. You were seeing it all over until like through 2021, maybe the end of 2021. And MAGA blames Biden for the inflation that we had after COVID, which Biden brought down to 2.3%, and absolutely had the economy on record-breaking numbers. But when he left, but to MAGA, it was hell. It was hell for 4 years. We living in hell because they watch right-wing media, and that's it. They weren't living in hell. They were just watch right-wing media, and then they got their feelings from them. And then that's how they were attributing Biden to inflation and gas prices, which rose after Russia invaded Ukraine. But again, they were on Russia's side in the propaganda of it all, so they could never see it for, oh, Russia invaded Ukraine, that's bad. That must be why the gas prices are up. Nope, Biden did it. And also, what invasion? I don't see any combat videos. Russia called it a special military operation. There ain't no war. Ukraine's corrupt. They took all our tax money. Guys, you got to understand, all of their media is like, it doesn't stop. Their right-wingers watch media forever, and it never ends. And they're like, it's like one narrative to the next. And they prep you for the next narrative with the previous one that they're doing. And like, it all will connect eventually. And that's why you have people that even thought about voting for Trump in 2024. That now we're actually going to have what right-wingers were projecting onto Biden about the economy. Because again, I had issues with Biden's foreign policy. His foreign policy was bad. Also, domestic policy was not good in terms of actually holding Trump accountable and actually using the Department of Justice to go after him for January 6th. That was weak. That sucked. I wanted more from that. They didn't even go after Trump at all. It was a state trial against Trump's fraud in New York City. There was nothing there that held actual, like, the administration accountable for January 6th or anything around that. Nothing happened. So that's an L. So between his foreign policy and then not actually using the Department of Justice against Trump, those are L's to me. His domestic policy of, like, the economy, inflation, the child, I can't think of the word right now. Lots going on in my head. The rebates for whatever, you get money back in your taxes for children. The CHIPS Act, you got the infrastructure bill, all good stuff, all great, all very big legislative wins. What's the child one? You're just saying y'all want chaos? No, MAGA wants chaos, clearly, because you voted for a guy that is absolutely going to send inflation back to COVID numbers, and these tariffs are going to hurt small businesses, and then there will be no more small businesses, and we'll only have corporate businesses, and nobody did that except for MAGA or people that chose to sit out. But even if you had all the votes that sat out, Kamala would have won, but it didn't help with the absolute focus on Harris. Crazy. That's again, it's a problem of two parties. We need to have multiple parties, or we're going to continue having this problem overall. We need to have more. But boy, was the writing was on the wall. That's why I'm like, I have a different, like, again, I'm just like cynical, I guess, because you had all of it was there. When they can put it in your face, when Trump, when MAGA, when the Heritage Foundation can literally put their plans in your face, and they posted it online. It wasn't a secret. They don't have to hide it anymore because they have layers of propaganda that protect them, so they can just say fake news and just do it in public now. Broad daylight. Ain't no secret meetings. Ain't no deep state. They're doing it in broad daylight, and they're telling you they're going to do it. And then all it takes is Trump or whatever right-wing propagandist to say, "Yeah, that's fake. That didn't happen." Oh, okay, it must be fake news. It's fake news. And that's it. That's what it is. There's nothing else. They have layers of cope and like propaganda that will protect them from seeing the truth. And then again, when all their family and friends and their favorite shit watch the same thing and they're all saying the same things, they're not going to question it. Stock market falls at the witching hour. The witching hour. If you go to 5 years, it looks even better. That was their favorite. There's the 1 month. That's Trump in 1 month. 6 months. There you go. Since he took office. Remember when he announced tariffs and it absolutely tanked the economy? And MAGA posted, "Post a max." They literally were doing this. Hit this button. Wow. That one better. That graph better. Better. Alternate graph. Show the full picture. I'm just kind of ranting now at this point. Oh boy, Jesus Christ. Here you go.
Enough of the ignorance.
You're driving and videoing. Police! Right Angle News Network, I got one for you. You're driving and selfie videoing.
How many times have I broken news before anybody else? How many times have I been right? I told you 15 years ago, I learned directly from the people that saw the evidence in CENTCOM that they've got.
The economy has tanked, Josh. How do you feel that Trump's economy is worse than Biden's? And it has been. Do you know why? Because of his own actions. It didn't have to be that way. Didn't have to be that way. Trump could have continued Biden's economy, and then it would have been better automatically because it was already going up. And then Trump could have said, "Wow, look how better my economy is," which would have been like stupidly factual because he would have just kept it going up. So like where Biden left office and where Trump would have been, obviously just would have been naturally higher. So he could have said that and claimed a win like he did with Obama until he tanked the economy then too. And then we had a Democratic majority in the House in 2018 because of Trump. And you're going to get that again because you love that. You love failure. If you're MAGA, you love failing. That's got to be what it is. You get a win. You get a little pump and dump election. And then when you actually hold power, it's so dog shit, it rallies the country together. And then you take a massive L afterwards. But then again, America is so stupid and we have short-term memory that we're going to forget this again, probably in 4 years. We're going to forget how bad Trump was. And then they're going to have some other J.D. Vance looking right-winger that runs. And people go, "Oh, it wasn't so bad before." And then they'll vote for him again. And then we'll do it again. That's how it's going to go.
Ground sensors.
And the economy will tank again, and then it'll be cope again, and we'll have to recover. But honestly, we'll probably be in full-blown Cyberpunk 2077 by that. We'll be in full-blown ultra-capitalist, just neon everywhere. We got my forearm will be a robot. We'll have AI and everything. Or if you're alive still by that point. Palantir will be all over the place. Yeah, Palantir. Skynet is Palantir. It'll be great.
Let's just leave it at that are in Iran that can drive around and fly around and scoop up.
Merkel only complains when it's a Republican. Give me something about, yeah, I complain about Democrats when their strategy is dog shit. And we had Biden for president for 4 years, and I had ranted about him all the time. But yeah, definitely. No, do a Democrat too. Both sides. Say Democrats too. I know, Jimsy. That's why I keep referring to Cyberpunk, because that is where we're going. We're literally heading towards that world. And again, the game's sick. The game is fun. That is not a world you'd want to live in. Just like people that love Warhammer. Okay? Sick world. Cool video game or cool action figures, cool stuff. But would you want to act? Oh, maybe some of y'all would want to live in that. But if you wouldn't want to live in it, actually. What a battery. What a battery. Maybe you should eat shit. Are you mad? Are you upset? You want to live in Kingdom? I would. Oh, let's just go back to Bohemia. Go back and live in that time. That could be tough though. You get scurvy or something, and they don't have anything for you. You know. It'd be cool. Go ride around on Pebbles for a bit. I've been mad about the rain parade. Ban trolls. But they provide entertainment sometimes, especially when there's nothing. I mean, this is of all the news days so far, this one is ironically the slowest. I mean, let's just call it a spade for a spade here. Okay. So we're just riffing. We got the skyline. We're live in Tel Aviv. This is live. But of all the things that have happened this week, this day is the slowest one for news. It is what it is. It be like that sometimes. I'm not going to be a right-wing propagandist and create breaking news for you. On days like today, the Fox News bell would be ringing breaking news alert every 5 minutes. And there's absolutely nothing like that happening right now. We had the earthquake, but we talked about that. Trump being Trump today, but we talked about that. I'm okay. It's Friday. I mean, that's a good thing, right? We got a good, cool Friday. I got gaming to do later, and then of course, as usual, if something happens, like that's how we started the protest streams. We were over on my gaming channel, and my chat finally convinced me to stop gaming and cover the protests. Boy, it was a good decision, but that's where we be sometimes during breaking news. Just insults and cancel culture. The Discord is available if you would like to call in and disagree with something. You can do that. I've offered that so many times and nobody takes me on it. You think Trump voters are domestic terrorists? And not like, I mean, I okay. If you want to be 100% analytical, that's obviously just not an analytically correct statement. But it's like at this point with his actions, and he wanted to undo our Constitution and overthrow the duly elected Joe Biden in 2020, which I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I voted third party. I didn't vote for Biden. He already is like trying to undo the fabric of like the democracy of our country. And then to vote for him again, that puts, like, I viewed Trump as a domestic terrorist before the 2024 election. What are we playing again tonight? It's Death Stranding's planned right now, but we'll see. I might want to do Broken Arrow for a bit. We'll play Death Stranding tomorrow. We also have Repo to play. Shout out to all the mods. Shout out to our moderator team, you guys. Big W to mods. Thank you to everybody that's a member of the channel. Gotta shout out the sponsors every now and then, which is my members. Thank you so much. Don't have anything else for you. Don't have any other products for you. Just my members. If you voted third party, you helped elect 2 weak Trumpo. Not in 2024. I'm talking about 2020. I voted the Democratic Party for the first time in my life in 2024. I was talking about 2020. You're doing the op, and you'll be on Broken Arrow. Hell yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, if you're new to the channel, like I was bro, I was covering Ukraine for 3 years, so I was extra about it because I went there and saw what it was, experienced what it's like getting hit with rocket attacks and drones and missiles. You know, I can't do that with the Israel-Iran war. I don't feel like going to Israel at all, and CNN's the only Western journalist in there, and they're super corporate billionaires, so I don't have that money. And all Americans are like trying to flee Iran right now. I saw this on YouTube channel. This guy's like a biker, and he's like stuck in Iran. He's like trying to find like an escape route. So can't do that. But I experienced it in Ukraine, and it's not a good time, you guys. And people die. Actually, I know Trump says it, and he's like death and people die, but it's not. It's very grim, very dark. And I knew that Trump would absolutely turn his back on Ukraine in more ways than one. But also it fit right into how he was going to handle the United States too, which we're living through. Everything I was worried about is coming true. All of it, but worse too, because now we might have a Middle Eastern war. Maybe. I don't know yet though. That's what we're watching now. We're on that part now. Everything else though, about the tariffs, the economy, betraying Ukraine, turning it back on allies, attacking Medicare, Social Security, and the big beautiful bill, everything is happening. Everything that I was worried about of him winning is happening. That's why I was like, I'm voting for a Democrat this time. I don't care. I'll vote for the Statue of Liberty. Give the Statue of Liberty the presidency. There you go. That'll do it. You can go there and go to New York City and go salute the statue. Israel won't allow you to speak truth anyway. Yeah, it'd be a tailored event. When I went to Ukraine, I had none of that. You are on your own. You are so on your own, but it's good though, in a good way. But yeah, you're figuring it out when you go to Ukraine. You gotta have some connections made. Help you out with your travel and get your bus tickets and your train tickets. But yeah, I was able to do whatever the hell I wanted. Well, obviously you can't film the air defense, but that's common sense. That's that you'd be kind of a Russian agent if you did that, so I'd understand that. Or like when there's no internet near the front lines anyways, unless you're on Starlink, but you can't go live and film the front lines. That wouldn't even be a thought in my brain though. So there's things that you can't do, obviously, but I was able to walk around Kyiv and just stream without stopping, or like there was no operational security issues with that though. So it was a lot more free of like independent journalism or like talking with people. I mean, Ukraine had Gorgonzalo Libra, or he had heart condition, in Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, just lying about Ukraine for years before they went after him and arrested him. So they had Russian. Honestly, they should have went after him sooner, in my opinion. But that tricky freedom of speech, that thing's tricky. Yeah, you can call in a Discord on the phone. You were able to go to Hostel? Yep. With Operator Starsky when he was still in the military. Operator Starsky gave me a special tour, and I actually have a piece of KA-52 helicopter. I think it's around here somewhere. Okay, I think it's in my other box with Russian drone parts. It's in the other box. Destroyed Russian equipment box. Operator Starsky is GOAT status if you haven't watched his videos. Yeah. You'll find, I think, at least 3 videos with Operator Starsky on the channel here. I've went through all of my videos and streams, and a lot of them are now private, so that way I can focus just the best content we've done over the past 3 years. So you won't see all of every single stream from the last 3 years anymore. I spent like 2 hours on that 2 nights ago, because I did like daily Ukraine update videos and everything, and that just doesn't fit the channel really, or like what I want to do. You're gonna have more videos like you had at the No Kings rally, where they'll be longer too. I just put some clips together, but I'll actually have longer videos. So like the next protest I cover, there will be a video after the stream. of like what happened, so that way if the stream is dog shit, there's an additional video for you guys of what happened. But it won't be obviously a full unedited video. It'll be a clipped edited video, but with like the most, I'll put like the we won't just, I just won't show things that like where nothing's happening, where we're just, sometimes in the stream when I'm streaming protests or whatever, we're just kind of sitting there. I mean, that can happen, but that part won't be in the video. It'll just be like of things that have happened at the protest or whatever. What up, Tony? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see ya. Did Trump end the war? No. Pakistan recommended him for a Nobel Peace Prize today, though. Oh, let me hide the... Governor of Pakistan recommends Trump for the 2026 Peace Prize. News to India, by the way, which he actually had Modi in his office. Modi went to the Oval Office, was it a month ago now? I can see that turning into a hot war soon. Like, it already is kind of, but not like the way Pakistan and India want it to be. They hate it, bro. And then what'll happen when that war starts? Bigger war with Pakistan and Iran and India. I think India would have the edge there, though. Pakistan with the they'd both have like terrain advantages, but I think India has newer. Pakistan would be operating with a lot of Soviet equipment, whereas India has been buying a fuckload of Western weapons. I think India would have the military, like at least the technology advantage. He just posted this. What the heck is that? Do you guys think Donald Trump's on meds? What the fuck? He's on the stimulant at this point. He's writing big ones. Too late, Powell complains about costs, much of which were produced by Biden fake government. But he could do biggest and best job for our country by helping lower interest rates and comma. All right. If he reduced them to the number that this Trump definitely wrote this. That numbskull would be saving the United States of America. I don't know. I think he might have wrote it like a little bit and then used help. This is a long one for him. I fully understand that my strong criticism of him makes it more difficult for him to do what he should be doing, lowering interest rates. But I tried it in all different ways. Grindr is where I met your mom. That's definitely a popular right-wing app for sure. I've been nice, I've been neutral, I've been nasty. I don't think you found a mother there though. I don't think that's what you find on that one. I've been nice, I've been neutral, I've been nasty, and nice and neutral didn't work. He's a dumb guy, an obvious Trump hater. Trump hater in caps? Is that like a trademark? Who should have been there? I listened to someone that I shouldn't have listened to, and Biden shouldn't have reappointed him. We have virtually no inflation in caps. He wrote all of this. Never mind. Trump wrote this whole thing. Our economy is doing really well and will and we will soon be doing with the tremendous tariff income coming in and factories being built all over the country and better than it has ever been done before. If he was concerned about inflation or anything else, then all he has to do is bring the rate down so we can benefit on interest costs and raise it in the future when and if these other elements cap it, which I doubt they will. Don't say that you think there will be inflation sometime in the future, because there isn't now, but if there is, raise the rates. We should be at the top of the attached list, not the bottom. I don't know why the board doesn't override this total and complete moron. Maybe, just maybe, I'll have to change my mind about firing him. You can't. You can't do that, you silly goose. Yeah, his term ends really. Yeah. He's gonna lose. His term will come to an end. Why is everyone on? So is Trump gonna project strength by just claiming everybody in his deals are too late? How come Russia's not too late? Oof. Iran's too late. The Fed is too late. The courts are too late. Russia, they have so much time though. Russia's never too late. They have more time than anyone. I'm very happy to report that I have arranged, along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a wonderful treaty between the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Rwanda in their war, which was known for violent bloodshed and death, more so than most other wars, which has gone on for decades. Representative from Rwanda and the Congo will be in Washington on Monday. Wow. Guys, he's solving them. You guys, yeah. He's solving wars. Okay? Like he said he would. Representatives from Rwanda and the Congo will be in Washington. This is a great day for Africa. Wow. And quite frankly, a great day for the world. I won't get a Nobel Peace Prize for this. I won't get a Nobel Peace Prize for stopping the war between India and Pakistan. I won't get a Peace Prize for stopping the war between Serbia and when did what? What is going on? I won't get a Nobel Peace Prize for keeping peace between Egypt and Ethiopia. And I won't get a peace prize for doing the Abraham Accords in the Middle East, which if all goes well will be loaded to the brim with additional countries signing on and will unify the Middle East for the time in the ages. What are the ages? 18 and under for Trump parties. No, I won't get Nobel Peace Prize no matter what I do, including Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Iran, whatever those outcomes may be. But the people know, and that's all that matters to me. What a truth. What a post there. Wow, what a doozy. What a doozy of a truth here. Incredible. Like, I mean, where do you even begin here? Is this America? This is okay. When you're MAGA, okay, and you're a MAGA, you voted for Trump to no wars and to stop taxpayer money from going to support wars, because that's bad for you, okay, and that's bad for others too. But that's what you would thought. Did you know that taxpayer money was going to the Congo or Rwanda, or so he's claiming so Trump was president when Clinton was president, and then again you got India and Pakistan, which okay, you probably had Pakistan post this today then to shit on India, obviously, and meme on India, because he had Modi in the Oval Office. And so this is a perfect opportunity for Pakistan to meme on it all and just say, yep, peace prize for Trump. Because he hasn't been talking with Pakistan. He's been talking with Modi in India. Wow. Great day for Africa, though. Not America, I guess. America first. Great day for Africa, though. Man, Israel's been having good days. Africa's been having great days, I guess. What about America? America first. What happened? America. This just ain't the Trump you voted for, is it? This just ain't the guy. What happened? Pakistan said nothing for weeks until Trump's comments. I know, because they know that Trump is working with India. Like, we've been giving weapons to India. India has F-35s, right? Let me make sure that's facts before I just say that. But I swear India got our F-35s. Or it didn't happen, maybe. Wait, what happened here? F-35 lost in India? Oh, the UK? Well, we gave the UK... Okay. Multiple trades to get them. British F-35 jets still grounded. So do the Brits give them? The Brits gave them the F-35. Yeah, they have F-16s and Soviet weapons, like the F-16. What is the Indian Air Force? 40 China J-35 jets for PAC. And they're getting Chinese jets too. So India will have jets from China a decade away. Oh, not for another 10 years. Oh no, they're giving them to Pakistan. China's giving Pakistan 40 J-35 fifth generation stealth fighters, which again we're giving. The West has been giving India our stealth jets. If there is like if there is going to be a World War III here, it'll be in the whole region of the Middle East. India will be involved. China will be involved. Russia too, because like they'll take advantage of that situation and just like cut off the Suwalki Gap and move into Kaliningrad and just make moves on their own. But the main focus might be like India, Pakistan, Iran, Israel, the Middle East. I've been peeping that. We started tuning in. No, not India and Pakistan have been at war with each other forever, but it's been escalating over the past few years. And we've been lightly paying attention to that while covering other geopolitics and things that are happening. Hey man, you have to tell your chat, but I still support independent regardless of their opinion. Interesting. We love all dogs here. All dogs matter. All dogs' lives matter. Okay? Better be careful around here. Why does Fox News allow failed TV personality Jessica Tarlov to soil the This is so again, guys. This is why I go game and play games, because the president plays games. He plays games. I play games. My games are more fun than his, because his result in people losing their rights and benefits and go to war. So we're all waiting for, everyone is waiting for if the U.S. is going to get involved in Israel's war here. And he's watching The Five on Fox News and has to shit on one of the personalities on there. Which, Jessica is the new Juan, it seems. Which is a Russian strategy too, because the Russians have news like this. Where Jessica does do great, but it's on purpose. Where you have, like, it's called The Five. 1 liberal, 4 right-wingers, and then the appeal is you have more right-wingers than the 1 lib, and like that makes their opinion better. Their opinion better because you got the 1 lib and like all the other people disagree with her. And you can be in on the people that disagree. And you don't want to be the lib, do you? You want to be that 1 lib that gets made fun of. It's all indoctrination media strategies. Russia does it. Russia does it. We do it. All dogs matter. Yes. VP Vance just called California Senator Alex Padilla Jose Padilla. Jesus. Is that that's happening? Oh, it just finished.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Me too. You all from 29 Palms too? That's great. Yeah, it's great to meet you. Thank you. Yeah, good to meet you guys. Thank you all.
Where the fuck else would they be from, JD Vance?
Thank you guys. All right, how we doing here? Where are we standing? I'm going this way? Okay. Oh, I see. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here, and thanks especially to the Marines from 29 Palms for being here, for serving their country, and providing some much-needed security. As a matter of fact, I just
look at his eyeliner on fleek today. Holy shit, dude.
Heard from a couple of law enforcement officers. Basically,
you can see the eyeliner through the potato now. Look at that's perfect. Let's keep JD Vance and PS1 graphics. This is great.
Thank you.
You can still see the eyeliner through it, though. Isn't that wild? You can literally still see that the eyeliner through the pixel.
Thank you to the president for sending in the DoD officials, for sending in the soldiers and Marines, because unfortunately a lot of these federal buildings were under very serious threat. I heard about a lot of that during my tour here today, and the reason I'm here is I just wanted to hear from the law enforcement officials themselves, the state officials, the local officials, but also the federal officials.
Evie with a big 50. Thank you, Evie. Big 50
What's
support.
Actually going on here on the ground? I think there's some good news, and the good news is the rioting has gotten a lot better. But
the rioting has gotten better. What is there even a protest in LA right now at this point? They crushed it. They went out and crushed the peaceful protest. No one's peaceful protesting. There's nothing. There's not even holding signs. They went out. There was an anti-war rally yesterday, 2 days ago now, that we watched and tuned into, and it was literally like a group of like 20 people, and they were out there for the anti-war rally. There wasn't like they were including the ICE thing into it, but it was mostly focused on U.S. intervention out of Iran. What are we even talking about? There's like nothing. They tried a peaceful protest and not do anything more than march and hold signs, and the sheriffs and the LAPD came out and just absolutely destroyed them all day. For like 3 days in a row we watched it, and now there's nothing anymore. So when he says the rioting, like when that was the Waymos was like the last day of that, and that was because the LAPD let it get out of hand, and they didn't call in reinforcements or clearly show how they can move around a peaceful crowd, and then when it comes to the destructive crowd, they are like scared and they don't do anything.
The bad news is, as I heard from everybody, unfortunately, the soldiers and Marines are still very much a necessary part of what's going on here because they're worried that it's going to flare back up.
When? It's going to flare back up? More like they're going to make it flare back up. Watch, we'll be out there. Yeah, we'll have stuff to watch, you guys. Look at the content presidents.
And what do I mean when I say flare back up? I think it's useful to take stock of what actually happened in the city of Los Angeles over the past couple of months. So first of all, to set the table, we have a public official in Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who over the past few years have actively encouraged illegal migration into this community, have strained public services, have strained law enforcement, and really have offered generous benefits, not to American citizens, but to illegal immigrants to break the law, to come into our country, and to receive generous public assistance for having done so. What has that done? That has created an illegal immigration crisis, of course, facilitated by the policies of the Biden administration, and there is perhaps nowhere where that crisis has fallen harder than in the great city of Los Angeles. And, you know, I landed, when I saw this city, when I was driving through to come to this FBI building.
Now, you're gonna need, this is what you need, California. You're gonna need Governor Newsom to absolutely take over and kick the federal government out. And that's what it's gonna take. And his tweets and his shit ain't gonna cut it until Gavin Newsom kicks him out and does that, actually. And we're going to really get, I guess we're going to find out how much power the states actually have. And California is a very powerful state. One of those, it's the most powerful one, actually. California GDP is more than countries. They make more money. They actually, California, they pay more to the federal government than they receive back, actually, because of how massive the state is. It's got 54 delegates, right? But also the amount of money and revenue that the state generates is bigger than countries, entire countries. And Governor Newsom and the leadership of California need to get that together and be a state, in your state. And the federal government just teabagging your state is not good. Like, I get it. Newsom's fighting back legally and everything. But at this point, like, they're absolutely going to try to just conduct operations in California. Because, number one, they want to take it for the Republicans. So that's like their dream, is to turn California red. And then that is really going to be really bad. Because they have so many, they have electoral college votes for elections. They have a shitload of them. Benny says, nothing wrong with a man wearing eyeliner. True. Everything wrong with a man being a white supremacist. True. But the reason why it's brought up is how J.D. Vance treats people that wear eyeliner or wear whatever they want or like do whatever they want, and how he acts like that. And then he presents himself. That's the hypocrisy, I guess, is more so what I'm memeing on with it, but absolutely true. And then the Lewis Haysmith with the 20 says, JD is pissed Newsom hid the couches. True. I know. I listen, what I say I hope will happen and what will happen are oftentimes different things, right? So understand what I'm saying versus what will happen. Yeah, I don't see Newsom doing that either, especially since he's just fighting legally and doing videos right now. But the federal government is in California to destabilize it. They're not there. They're not your friend. They're not there to make California better or whatever. They're there to destabilize California and to try to continue doing that. And the reason we see that is because there's not even people, even if you are such a little victim and you consider people holding signs and marching as riots or bad because you're sensitive and soft, none of that is even happening. They're not even protests. There isn't even a protest in LA. There's nothing with that. And again, the protests that were happening in a 1.5-block radius of the most protected areas of LA, because it's federal buildings and the city hall. They're not in some obscure part of LA.
Building, all I could think about is what a great American city Los Angeles is, and what a great tragedy it is that we have allowed illegal immigration and rioting to destroy, I think, one of the great gems of American
That's just bullshit. That's all bullshit lies. LA is destroyed, guys. The gem of America, Los Angeles, has been destroyed completely. If you live in LA, your city is destroyed. It's gone. You're no more Los Angeles, guys.
Family. Now, these guys surrounding me represent the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They represent immigration enforcement, and of course, we just met some Marines who represent the Department of Defense. All of these law enforcement officials were necessary because what happened is, in response to the basic federal action of enforcing immigration law, you had local officials and radical left-wing agitators who actually encouraged violence, who facilitated violence and rioting in the great city of Los Angeles. What happened here was a tragedy. You had...
It's so forced. So forced, isn't it? That's how you know it's by design. Because this is just all just bullshit. So many people watched, and it's all documented. It's still on this YouTube channel. You can go rewatch the whole thing. Go watch the whole LA weekend that we had, week and a half.
People who were doing the simple job of enforcing the law, and they had rioters egged on by the governor and the mayor, making it harder
Jesus, dude,
for them to do their job. That is disgraceful.
Egged on. They weren't. They specifically weren't. It was cringe because the protests were overwhelmingly peaceful. It wasn't like mostly peaceful. It was overwhelmingly peaceful. And the mayor and Governor Newsom, like I said when I called it when it was happening, they're in a double-edged sword situation to where if they don't do anything, then Trump is going to send more. And if they do, it's going to make them look bad because it's peaceful protests. And I said that's exactly how Trump wants him. because and Newsom was likely trying to make moves with his LAPD. It's no excuse. I'm just saying what he's trying to do. Elliott was trying to make moves with his LAPD to try to stop the federal government from doing it. But in turn, that made him look bad because it's peaceful protesting. They weren't out there doing anything other than marching and chanting, which they have the First Amendment rights to do so. It's a shit situation right now in LA, it seems here.
And it is why the president has responded so forcefully what happened in Los Angeles. Number one, because we've got to enforce our borders and get so many of these criminals out of our country to begin with. And number two, when you have violent agitators who make it impossible for the law enforcement to do their job, it is necessary to protect them and to defend them. We have to remember that the Friday that the riots started, before there was ever a single National Guardsman, before the president...
You're lying. No. With the riot, there was no riots. It happened the day the National Guard was announced. Go back. The stream is up, please. This dude is lying too. The whole administration is just lying. They called in the National Guard before anything was even on fire. Before there was anything even happening, National Guard was coming.
The United States had sent in additional federal resources. You had law enforcement officers who were being captured and beaten by violent mobs.
When was this? LA, when was what law enforcement were captured and beaten? When did that happen?
On by Gavin Newsom and other officials.
And then to lie and say Newsom was cheering that on, if that did happen and it didn't, that is insane. So you're making up a lie, and then you make up another lie that Newsom was cheering it on, which is just, this is beyond. This is beyond. And this guy is MAGA's next. They have nothing else after Trump but this dude.
To send the National Guard to stop that process, to bring some order back to this great city, and to make it possible for the people's president to enforce the people's immigration law. That's why we're here. That's why these guys are standing beside me. That's why we have close to 5,000 soldiers and Marines for the Department of Defense.
Now there's 5,000? Jesus Christ.
It's because we've got to enforce the law. The president takes that very seriously. I'm happy to take a
They're gonna consider the Waymos burning and the unit under the bridge as rioting. Okay, that'll be considered riots to them. It's easier if you just are like, go with that, and then the overwhelmingly everything else was peaceful and like marching and standing. So just let them have their riots when it comes to the Waymo and the unit under the bridge that put themselves there and were pinned under there and had boulders dropped on their cars, but they put themselves there. And let them have that. And then everything else is just what it was. Exactly what it was.
But before I do, I just want to send a message to all of the law enforcement, local, state, and federal, who frankly I think are suffering from a bit of a morale problem because they've had the local government in this community tell them that they're not allowed to do their job. I just want to let you know, from the president, the vice president on down, this administration stands with you. We're grateful for the job that you do every single day. We know that we wouldn't have a border were it not for your hard work and for your efforts, and we're going to keep on fighting for you and keep on standing with you every step of the way. I heard today Border Patrol officials tell me that they feel like the local government is sicking violent mobs on them when they go out to the community to enforce the nation's immigration laws. Can you imagine what it's like to be a federal official doing your job,
imagine the feds and their authoritarian actions they're doing. Have you thought about their feelings? Have you thought about ICE's feelings? Guys, I know what you've been wondering this whole time. What does ICE feel? That's exactly what you guys are wondering right now for sure.
the job the President of the United States ordered you to do and have a mob come after you for following orders and for enforcing the American people's laws. I think it's disgraceful that we've ever gotten to this place in this country, but thank God we've got a president and an administration that is pushing back against lawlessness. We're going to keep on doing it every step of the way. So thank you to the Border Patrol. Thank you to the soldiers and Marines. Thank you to the U.S. attorneys. Thank you to the FBI. Thank you to all of you for doing what is necessary to enforce the laws of the American people. We are grateful to you, and we'll keep on fighting for you. Now I'll take a few questions.
Yeah, we know. We know who you'll fight for, and it's not for the American people. Never was going to be.
Would you say that Gavin Newsom is endangering law enforcement here in California, and what should he be doing if he was protecting them?
What a question. MAGA media. MAGA media in there.
I would absolutely say that Gavin Newsom is endangering law enforcement. The law enforcement officials themselves tell me as much, that when they go out, let's say you have a Border Patrol official who needs to go out and arrest somebody, maybe a violent criminal who's also an illegal alien. When that Border Patrol agent goes out to do their job, they said within 15 minutes of them trying to do their job, they have protesters, sometimes violent protesters, who are in their face, obstructing them, preventing them from doing their job, and endangering their lives. Why do they have that? Because those people have been egged on by local officials. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, by treating this city as a sanctuary city, have basically said that it is open season on federal law enforcement.
I think it's too late, guys. We can. I mean, it's not too late to fight against it, but like we're in authoritarianism. Like 1984. Actually, it's not like, oh, it's gonna happen. Like we're in it. We're in that now, and now it's like we have to fight back against it, because this is the vice president of the United States. Obviously Trump will do it, and Trump will do Trump, but like this is the second guy in command, and he's just lying as openly as he opens his mouth, and says words.
They have treated Border Patrol and border enforcement as somehow an illegitimate force instead of what they are, which is the American people's law enforcement trying to enforce the American people's laws. So when Gavin Newsom encourages violence and rioting, when he encourages people to get...
He hasn't been. And even if you're like, listen, okay, far left people that are mad at Newsom, has Newsom been doing that, or has he been absolutely sending more LAPD? Has he been sending more LAPD? Has he allowed the peaceful protests? See how he's lying? He's lying. Even lying to the people that would be against. Like I've been speaking about Newsom in terms of like they haven't allowed the peaceful protests because it's been the LAPD that have been gassing and flashbanging everybody.
Get in the face of our great Border Patrol officers. He is absolutely endangering the lives of federal enforcement. He's absolutely endangering the lives of mothers and daughters and fathers.
The LAPD, you're lying. The LAPD wasn't even at 50% before the National Guard was activated by Trump. The LAPD was not even at 50%. Ever since the National Guard came in, Newsom got them to whatever, they're at 100% or more with reserve police as well. And the minute that there was a peaceful protest, it was crushed. They let them protest for like a half hour, and then it was, this is an unlawful assault, boom, flashbang, same time. And we watched it all. And you can either lie and you can just deny facts because that's just the reality that you like because it's more comfortable, or you can go and rewatch the streams from last week because they're all posted, but we were all here.
And sons who have been sent here to do a simple thing, enforce the law. And thank God they're willing to do it despite the fact that the local leadership of this community has made it harder on them and has in fact endangered their lives as they go about to do their important work.
So your reaction to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, their decision yesterday, just want to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that for the past couple of weeks, Gavin Newsom has said that there's an illegitimate effort to send federal resources to secure a city that he refuses to secure. And what the Ninth Circuit said yesterday is that that was a completely legitimate and
no, that's not what they said. No, it's a procedural move because it's going back and forth like a ping pong in the courts. And when the president has the ultimate authority as the president, he's going to have the favorable outcome in terms of like fighting it back and forth. Like Trump's decision will stay because Newsom is fighting against it. It's not Newsom's decision to put the National Guard and Trump is fighting it. And like Trump wants to, it'll stay within the order that Trump gave to the National Guard to federalize them. And it's Newsom's fighting legally right now that is going to keep it alive or derailed. There was no win yet. Trump didn't have an overall win for this. He's just got a win for now while the National Guard can stay there on his federalization order while Newsom is fighting against it. There isn't a final decision to keep this there, but you're going to have a couch fucker here lie to you even more.
Proper use of federal law enforcement. The president has a very simple proposal to everybody in every city, every community, every town, whether big or small. If you enforce your own laws and if you protect federal law enforcement, we're not going to send in the National Guard because it's unnecessary. But if you let violent rioters burn great American cities to the ground, then
just lies.
of course we're going to send federal law enforcement in to protect the people the president was elected to protect.
That's insane. You're calling him to protect. They're protecting ICE at the federal building. There's no Angelinos that need the federal government to protect them. You're out of your fucking mind.
And I think what the Ninth Circuit said very clearly is when the president makes a determination that you've got to send in certain federal officials to protect people, that determination was legitimate, and the president's going to do it again if he has to. But hopefully it won't be necessary. We don't want to send these great Marines to cities like Los Angeles.
Wow. We don't want to do this. We feel so bad. We don't want to have to send our military there, but we are. What's wrong with ICE? Why do we need to let everybody? Because you're an idiot. That's why. That's what's wrong with ICE. Because you are a specific idiot.
We only do it if we have to
That dude was waving the Mexican flag on the Waymo as Aryan. Did you see the Evola graffiti on the one dude in the Waymo? Trump leads towards... Yeah, it looked like a staged photo when they were taking it on the Waymo. It looked like it was staged for that, and that's seemingly what it was used for.
Property and to protect the lives of our great law enforcement folks.
Protesters, some of them funded by Democratic groups who are releasing the addresses of ICE agents in hotels around here.
Well, you know, it just drives...
Wow. What an absolute tailored MAGA press conference.
I was actually shocked to hear this, and I didn't realize this until I was in the command center earlier talking to some of these great officials, that oftentimes you have far-left agitators who are posting the names, the addresses, even the family members of some of our law enforcement in an effort to harass them, antagonize them, and even threaten their lives. And what do I take from that? What I take from that is that you have a very small group of people who are...
Like the president and your entire media apparatus who go after anyone that speaks against Trump or any liberal and like literally physically kills them, murders like we had in Minnesota last week, but also like Nancy Pelosi's husband.
So against the idea of border enforcement that they're willing to threaten and endanger the lives of their fellow Americans who are enforcing the law. And something else I take from it is that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have got to stop this craziness. Every single law enforcement officer I talked to today, every single one of them said they feel like the local leadership, the mayor and the governor, are encouraging these far-left agitators. What is the justification for this? What is the reason for this? There is a broad bipartisan consensus that we ought to have border enforcement and we ought to enforce our nation's laws. So why do you have far-left agitators egged on by local officials who are encouraging these agitators to harass and to threaten our border patrol? You have it because of a lack of common sense. These people need to be stopped. These people need to be told that if you threaten a law enforcement officer, you're going to go to prison for it. And that's exactly what the Trump administration, that's the message that we're sending. But look, we could do so much better, and we could have such an easier
authoritarianism
pathway for these federal law enforcement officers if the local leadership wasn't egging this on. And I think that's the great tragedy. What I see here today is the great tragedy when a mayor and a governor encourages their citizens to harass and endanger the lives of our police officers and our law enforcement officers. It's heartbreaking to see, and thank God we've got great people who are willing to persevere despite it.
Clown shoes. Thank you, Louis.
Another question, Mr. Vice President. There's been back and forth about whether
Thank you for becoming a
raids
member.
will be going on in agricultural businesses and restaurants. Could you tell us if that's going to continue or not?
Well, the president's made 2 points on this that I think are very worth emphasizing. Number one, if you are in this country illegally, you are at threat of deportation, because that's what it means to enforce the country's laws. If you've come here illegally, the policy of the Trump administration is that you shouldn't be here. You should go back and then come through proper channels if you so desire. But the president has
if you do that, you're getting detained and deported too. There's nothing there. It's not. They don't support legal immigration either, you guys.
Also said that he wants to focus our critical and short supply law enforcement resources on going after the really bad guys, on the violent criminals, on the rapists, on the
Right. That's why you're sending the Marines and National Guard in to stop protests in LA at the City Hall and the Federal Building.
Drug cartel members. We've still got a lot of those people in our country, and that's where the president wants to focus law enforcement resources, and that's what he'll continue to do.
Democrat lawmakers who keep getting handcuffed. The New York Times just did a story. They keep getting handcuffed, suggesting that the Trump administration is cracking down on Democrats. Can you comment on that?
Well, I was
MAGA media. All MAGA media questions so far.
hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question.
Jose Padilla.
But unfortunately, I guess he decided not to show up because there wasn't the theater. And that's all it is. You know, I think everybody realizes that's what this is. It's pure.
Yeah, and you're the show master here today.
Political theater. These guys show up, they want to be captured on camera doing something, they want to be able to go back to their far left groups and to say, look, me, I stood up against border enforcement, I stood up against Donald Trump, when all they're really standing up for is for drug cartels to run rampant over our country and sex traffickers to be able to continue to traffic little kids into our country. That's what you're doing when you stand against border enforcement. So I think these guys, we ought to laugh them out of the building. We ought to call.
The president will pardon pedophiles. He just did for January 6th. So you don't care about that either. And also the Epstein files exist and Trump was in them. Elon said.
Them out for doing what they're doing, which is grandstanding. And if they want to work seriously on border enforcement and on keeping their communities safe, the Trump administration's door is wide open. But they're not doing that. They love the grandstanding. They hate law enforcement because they hate the idea of the United States of America having a border. It's a disgrace, but it is what it is. We'll do one more.
Projection. Wow, this is the question.
More question?
Sure.
Thank you, KJ. Welcome to the channel.
Do you think that the administration has been too aggressive with the deportation efforts? Like, are non-criminals getting caught up in the dragnet as well?
No, look, I don't think that we've been too aggressive at all. I mean, first of all, any time that a mistake has been made, we correct that mistake very quickly. But the unfortunate reality is that Joe Biden let in 15 to 20 million illegal aliens into this country, and there is no way for us to actually get those unlawful, illegal immigrants out of the United States of America without some serious law enforcement. And that's what we've been trying to do. It's not too aggressive. It's not, not aggressive enough. It's just the right approach to make sure that we're enforcing our country's border laws. We have to remember, 100,000 Americans die of fentanyl overdoses brought in by the Mexican drug cartels. We've got a terrible sex and human trafficking problem because of what these cartels are doing at the southern border. The president deserves great credit because after 45 days, you saw illegal border crossings draw to a small fraction. Illegal border crossings down over 99% under President Trump's leadership. But unfortunately, because Joe Biden was president for 4 years, we've got a lot of bad people in the United States of America that we've got to do the job of getting out of our country. That's what these guys are doing. We ought to support them, and we ought to have local leadership that empowers them to do their job of making Americans safer. Instead, Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, they decided to go to war against the people trying to keep our communities safe. That's a disgrace. That's a terrible commentary on their qualities as leaders, but the Trump administration is going to keep on standing for the American citizens and for American law enforcement. Thank you all. Great.
It's so bullshit when they absolutely are like taking away your benefits and your Medicare, your Medicaid. Tax breaks for the rich, not for you. Small businesses losing their stocks and inventory because of tariffs. But they've convinced absolute dumb fuck conservatives that, oh, the immigration raids will fix it. That'll fix it for you. Yeah, let's hate trans people. Let's hate on trans people. That'll do it. That'll fix America. Well, like literally sending the working class into a recession. That's why. That's why. Insane. Absolutely insane. What a press conference. That was it. And then it ended. Are you a racist?
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans? The media calls us racist for wanting to build Trump's wall. They censor us, but it doesn't change the truth. Joe Biden's open border is killing Ohioans, with more illegal drugs and more Democrat voters pouring into this country. This issue is personal. I nearly lost my mother to the poison coming across our border.
My mother. My mother. Guys, they did the Hillbilly Elegy. The Hillbilly movie, guys. Are you racist? Oh, it's Newsom posted it. Governor Newsom posted it. Are you racist? Oh, after he named him Jose Padilla.
Well, I was hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question.
Nice. Sad to see how our America is. It's always been like this. It's just worse now. It's just worse because the basement dwellers that became basement dwellers after they lost the Civil War were just that, and now they're emboldened, and now they run the country again. That's just what it is at the end of the day. Heritage Foundation cope that lives on hundreds of years later. Hey, called him Jose. Crazy work, dude. Crazy work overall. Any protests? If not, we're gonna switch to gaming. I want to go blow up Russians now in a video game. It's good, therapy after the news. It's good afterwards. What happened here? Yeah, I think we're okay now for the rest of the day till tomorrow. Stand with Ukraine. Yeah, decompression. Okay, guys, that's what we're gonna go do. So for the rest of the night, unless World War III begins tonight, but we're all just kind of waiting for Mango Mussolini to give a decision. We'll be waiting. So come on over to Mercado Gaming, guys. Mercado Gaming on YouTube. Just like the media channel, but with gaming instead of media. And you'll find it. I'll schedule it now. We're going to play Broken Arrow. Yeah, we're going to play Broken Arrow for now. And if I'm in the mood for a single-player game later... I love Death Stranding, but I want to go and play Broken Arrow. So that's what we're going to do. So come on over, guys. Mercado Gaming. Right after this, I'll send you guys to the stream afterwards anyways, so you guys can come on over. I'll put the link in the chat. Thank you guys, everyone, for watching today on Twitch, on Facebook. Come check out the YouTube channel. Subscribe if you guys haven't. If you enjoy the coverage, tomorrow is, let's see. Yeah, we'll actually be live tomorrow. I'll see. If there's absolutely nothing happening, then just come over to the gaming channel. But if not, we'll see. Tomorrow's Saturday. I already forgot what day it is. It's Friday. So we just keep streaming. Stream just doesn't stop. So we'll play it by ear tomorrow. If it's another day like today, probably going to be on the gaming channel. If there's some stuff to talk about, then we'll be over here. But expect the stream for sure Monday through Friday again next week. We might have to start earlier too. That's the thing I wanted to talk about at the end. We might have to start at 2 p.m. Eastern instead of 3 p.m. So like 1 hour earlier. But we'll play it by ear. I'll let you guys know. I'll put a poll in the chat. Or I'll put a poll on YouTube just to move it back another hour, or actually start an hour earlier, because we could have watched the State Department briefing on stream, and it took place before then, and more stuff happens earlier. So, all right, guys, you're great. See you on the next one. Thank you to the members. Thank you to the supporters. Thank you to the Twitch subs. Thank you to Facebook, everyone that sent stars and super chats and all that stuff. You guys are great. See you on the gaming channel. Have a good night.